Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and thy good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant us a vision of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honor shall be given unto the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, let me implore you to turn to item 5 on today's order paper, correction of votes and proceedings. We start from page 1 of Wednesday, the 3rd December 2025, votes and proceedings. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Page 6. Is it because Afajeto South is not here? Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Page number 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page number 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page number 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. page 25. Yes, Honorable Member for Afadjeto South.
Speaker, thank you so much. Speaker, item XIV, the name Alberta.
Well, which page? 25?
25, sir. If the class could take a second look at the spelling, that should be deleted and Alberta properly spelled, inserted. Speaker, I came in a bit late. If you indulge me, let me kindly walk you to page 6, if you indulge me, Speaker.
I will indulge you, my brother.
Okay, thank you so much. Speaker, respectfully, if you look at the list of members who attended proceeding yesterday, as against those who were absent with permission and those without permission, Speaker, if you total all, it clearly shows that the House, the total figure stood at 275, and the House currently properly composed is made up of 276. And I did some checking and I realized that the Honorable Member for Adaklu, the Minister for Roads and Highways, has inadvertently been omitted from the data of Parliament as at yesterday. So if that could be corrected. Then, Speaker, page 7, item 5. AI. If we could insert the word by, that's B-Y, after led. I don't know if the class are with me. Are we together? Okay.
No, I didn't get that.
Okay, so, yes, there's been second line.
Yes.
After led, is said by. Thank you, Chief Whip. Yes. Then again, Speaker, if that is not already corrected, then page 10, item 7, line 2. May we delete the word after asked and insert corrected? Are we together? Item 7, line 2. We delete the word there and insert corrected.
Well.
Then again, Speaker, thank you for now.
Thank you very much. So that explains why when you were not here, your brothers said Frank is not here. Yes, my part.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, making reference to page number 25, the honorable member mentioned about the spelling of the name Alberta. I think we have to make a due search of people who have a way of spelling their names. I know some people spell Agatha with an R, some spell with an A. So we need to find out the correct spelling for that one. So the table office should please take note of the person. Thank you very much.
Well, I think that is right. So table, just check with the list they themselves presented. And let's find out whether it's not they themselves who put up that spelling. But I direct that all the corrections that has been made be acknowledged by the table. So we turn to page 26.
Speaker, if the table office may make this small correction, item number V on page 24, the official name for the ministry is Food and Agriculture. Food and Agriculture. So if they can just indicate Food and Agriculture there against the Deputy Minister's name. Yeah.
Which?
Item number V on page 24. Attendance at the committee. In labeling the position for Mr. John Seto Dumelo, they omitted the food. All my official records, it's even the reports, it's food and agriculture.
Very well. Thank you. Honorable Deputy Minister, now the official name of the ministry is Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs. Or you don't have Cocoa Affairs as well?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, it's Ministry of Food and Agriculture.
That is now the official
That's
name.
the official name. Cocoa Board is no longer with us. Yes, it's gone to finance, please.
It's gone to finance.
Yes.
But I thought the name still remains as Minister of Food and Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs.
No,
It's only.
It's just the committee. It's just the committee.
It's just the committee.
Yes, please.
So the committee goes with food and agriculture and cocoa affairs.
Yes, please.
But when it comes to functioning, it is within the Ministry of Finance.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
Speaker, I believe this matter, even as a house, we also must amend the name of the committee to correspond with the change. Because what they did was that when I was here, when Cocoa Board was brought back to Agric,
Yes.
and then in 2020 or so, it was brought back to Finance, and so they changed the ministry's name before we entered 2021.
No,
But
it was with finance.
Yes, and then
Then
it was
in
brought back to-
2017 or so,
Yes.
during Honorable Akuto Friye,
Exactly.
it was brought to Agri.
It was brought back to Agric, and
Yes.
then later it was brought back to Finance. So, but the ministry took steps to amend the ministry's name, but we couldn't. We allowed the name of the committee to stay. So, if it's material, then we may have to. But if it's not material,
But
then we'll leave it.
I think going forward, Parliament should be strong enough that we wouldn't allow the executive to be just changing the names like that.
Speaker, I agree with you.
And I think we should have a
doesn't help.
legislation on that, so that we have the names of the ministries. And
Speaker, but I agree that it's the executive that by deliberate policy decisions decide where to place agencies in terms of their priorities. So we are then obligated as a house to align with what the executive intends to do with the agencies, because we exercise oversight. As we speak, yes, oversight. As we speak, RTI was inadvertently placed under Ministry of Communication. No, Information. Government Communication, actually. But the oversight is exercised by the Ministry, the Attorney General's Office, and Ministry of Justice. So we were compelled yesterday to make those changes. So we need to ensure that the agencies that we exercise oversight are properly aligned with the committee's mandates, because the mandates of the committees vary. So
I think we have to sit down and look at this holistically.
And adjust.
Yes.
Thank you.
So, page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page number 31. Page number 32. Page number 33. Yes, Honorable Frank Ajay.
Oh, my leader is up, so let me defer to him.
No, I've called you.
Oh, okay. Speaker, thank you so much. The page under review, item 3, IV.
Which page?
33, sir.
33, yes.
Item 3, IV. The name of the member, Eric Afo. The spelling for the Eric is wrong. If we could delete that and insert the proper version. Thank you.
Well. Table just acknowledge that correction. Yes, Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker, item number LV on page 31. The position of Dr. Syracuse at the time was acting judicial secretary. He was the deputy, but he was elevated as the acting until a substantive GS was appointed. I'm well versed in this matter, so the record should reflect that at the time that he appeared before the committee, he was the acting judicial secretary.
So, hold on. So now we have a substantive.
We have a substantive judicial secretary.
Which is different from?
Yes, which is different from this name.
Yes.
The new judicial secretary is Senior Musa Ahmed.
Okay.
Musa Ahmed. But Justice Syracuse, at the time he even appeared, he had been elevated. So he's now a substantive High Court judge.
Substantive High Court judge.
Yes.
So when he appeared, what was his designation?
He was acting judicial secretary.
When was that?
This was October 27th, I believe. Yes, I was in that meeting.
Well.
I was there before.
Well, table, kindly acknowledge that. So we turn to page 34. Page 35. And finally, page 36. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of Wednesday, 3rd December 2025 is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, Leader.
Speaker.
So we will turn to business statement, item 6.
Speaker. Speaker, may I plead with you that we take papers, we lay some papers.
No problem.
For now and
no problem.
Yes.
I think we agreed that business statement would be taken in the afternoon.
Yes. So,
okay.
Speaker, if I have your leave, we'll take items 9B, C, D, in that sequence, all the way to K. Then, Speaker, after that, we may want to take the motions.
Very well.
Yeah, in respect of those that are ready.
Very well.
Great.
But before then, indulge me to acknowledge our guests at the public gallery. We have 4 schools. And the first school is Sabronum Nana Apiedu DAJHS. Sabronum Nana Apiedu DAJHS. They are being led by Simon Asante, who is the head teacher. and the school is located in the Ahafo Ano Southeast constituency. Yes, that's my friend. Yes, you've seen your students very well. So after proceedings, you'll find a way of making them happy. Very well. So you may resume your seat. The second school is Kokomlemle 1 Basic School. Kokomlemle 1 Basic School. And they are being led by Reverend Joseph Yaboa, who is assistant head of the school. And the school is located in the Ayawaso Central constituency. Ayawaso Central constituency. Ayawaso Central, yes. My brother, the member of parliament, is here. So you have your guest school. Please make them feel at home. Thank you. The third school is Odobin T.I. Ahmedia. Odobin T.I. Ahmedia. They are also being led by Malik Hammond. Malik Hammond, who is the head teacher, and the school is located in the Esikuma Odobin Brakwa constituency. Esikuma Odobin Brakwa constituency. The member is not here. That is Gansa? Yes. So the member is around, he will see you. The last school is Dan Attain Christian International. Dan Attain Christian International. And they are here being led to this August house by Jirios Ekron, who is the head teacher, and the school is located in Ketu North constituency. Ketu North constituency. The honorable member is not around. Very well. So you are all welcome. We wish you a pleasant stay, and we hope you monitor what goes on here. And that should energize you to go and study hard, so that tomorrow you may also replace us when we are not here. You are once again welcome. Yes, leader.
Speaker, may I, with the concurrence of my brother across the ocean, if I may pray that we take items number 9 and lay all the papers thereunder. Speaker, indeed, we'll also take item number 9A. 9A, I. So, Speaker, with your leave, the chairman, for instance, finance and budget are considering some referrals this morning. They started very early. I went to join them briefly, so I'll pray for leave to do this on their behalf. Yes.
Well, your prayer is okay.
Speaker, it's early days yet. We will support our colleague, except that he should give us the movement plan, so to speak. We want to know the motions. As for the laying, we are not opposed. He should do it. So we want to know how the motions will go. We take a hand. So write it for me. Write it for me, my friend. So once we have the movement plan, then there will be no surprises. Also to add that, if he recalls, yesterday I had made a prayer that you presented 3 statements, 3 unanswered statements, and you had the whole day. And so I prayed that we should at least have 2 on our side, maybe respecting ratio. So this is a reminder. My colleagues are on their way here. So when the time is right, we'll take 2 statements on our side. So you should go ahead and do the laying. We can proceed.
The prayer is heard.
So, Speaker, we'll do the laying, then we intervene that with the statements. Then when the statements are out of the way, then we
do the
take
motions.
The Yes.
Well.
So let's get the sponsors, the owners of the statements ready. After the laying, we take the statements. After they are out of the way, then we begin to take the reports.
Apart from the 2 statements that you gladly admitted, we also have, there's a commemorative because of the Farmers' Day. So we will have to take that one too. I see a number of them, I think 2 on your side and 1 on our side. So, Speaker, with your discretion, maybe we can take the family, since it's commemorated, tomorrow is a holiday.
So can we do in this way? I don't know the owners of the statements, so we can take one statement, take a commemorative statement. The other statement we can hold on. If not even today, the next day we will give that priority. So we will take the commemorative statement, then we take one other statement. Well, but let the leader lead the papers.
So now I have relayed the roadmap of how events will be with him. So when we finish the laying, then we'll take the statements. Honestly, I think that we can still take the 3, Speaker. The 2 that we agreed and the commemorative.
It depends
Yes.
on how things
Yeah,
move.
we only say that because it's commemorative, maybe 1-1. We limit it to, because the deputy minister is here, luckily. So he will add his voice and then we nail it there. Then we take the 2 statements agreed yesterday and then we take the motions. You see that I'm collaborating.
Leader, let's move on. Let's move on.
Yes. So, Speaker, item number 9A, I. In that order, Mr. Speaker.
I didn't see you bowing. I didn't see you bowing. The application has already been granted.
Report of the Finance Committee on the Virtual Asset Service Providers Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the National Health Insurance Amendment Bill 2025. Report of the Finance Committee on the Annual Budget Estimates for General Government Services for the year ending 31st December 2025.
Honourable members, the papers listed in today's order paper as 9A, which consists of I, have been duly presented. I direct that these papers be distributed to honourable members.
Speaker, item number 9B.
Report of the Committee on Energy on the Annual Budget Estimates of the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honourable members, the report, the papers, this one is a report. The report has been duly presented. I direct that the report be distributed to honourable members.
Speaker, item number 9C.
Report of the Committee on Information and Communications on the Annual Budget Estimates of the Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honourable members, the report has been duly presented. I direct that the reports be distributed to honourable members.
Speaker, item number 9D, I and II. Speaker, accordingly submit.
Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interests on the annual budget estimates of the Office of the Head of Civil Service for the year ending 31st December 2026. Report of the Committee on Public Administration and State Interests on the annual budget estimates of the Public Service Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report of D, which consists of DI and DII, have been duly presented. I direct that these reports be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, item number 9E, duly submitted.
Report of the Joint Committee on Trade, Industry and Tourism and Chieftaincy, Culture and Religious Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. The direction is to be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, item number F, duly submitted.
Report of the Committee on Environment, Science and Technology on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. The direction is that these reports be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, item number G, duly submitted.
Report of the Committee on Food, Agriculture and Cocoa Affairs on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report have been duly presented. The direction is that this report be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, item number H, the chairman of the committee is available. Chairman.
Report of the Committee on Education on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. The report is to be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, item number I. The chairman is also unavoidably absent. So, Speaker, I'll do so on his behalf.
Report of the Committee on Judiciary on the annual budget estimates of the Judiciary and Judicial Service for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. The direction is that these reports be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, item number J, duly submitted.
Report of the Joint Committee on Defense and Interior and Security and Intelligence on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of the Interior for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. I direct that these reports be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, item number K, duly submitted.
Report of the Budget Committee on the annual budget estimates for other government obligations for the year ending 31st December 2026.
Honorable members, the report has been duly presented. The direction is that these reports be distributed to honorable members.
Speaker, as agreed, may we vary the business to take you back to item number 8, statements, so that we are also agreed on the sequence. So we'll take the commemorative one first, then we'll get that out of the way, then we'll take the other two. Then we can proceed with the government business. Speaker.
Well.
Oh.
Speaker, it is so.
Well. So who is taking the commemorative statement.
The Honorable Akoto.
Yes. Honorable Member for Achoma Mponua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to read a statement on behalf of the farmers of the country and the celebration that is going to take place tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to make a statement on the floor of the Honorable House as we reflect on the history, significance, and evolution of Ghana's National Farmers' Day, a national celebration that recognizes the men and women whose hands feed our nation and sustain our economy. Mr. Speaker, National Farmers' Day was instituted in 1985 by the PND's government to honor our industrial farmers, fishermen, and herdsmen. This decision followed a turnaround from a period of severe hardships in our nation, which included the devastating 1983 bushfires and the arrival of 1 million Ghanaians deported from Nigeria. During this period, our nation experienced extreme food shortages to the extent that we were forced to go down from door to door with a cab in hand, begging for food from the goodwill of benevolent countries. It is our farmers and fishermen who saved us from the national crisis. The PNDC government rarely instituted National Farmers' Day to say ayiko to them for their resilience and contribution. The first celebration was held at Osino in the Eastern region in 1985, with prizes that included 2 pairs of Wellington boots and cutlasses. In 1986, these prizes were augmented to include preset radios, full pieces of cloth, and agrochemicals. By 1987, the National Best Farmer Award was formally instituted, with the winner receiving a single carbon pickup, while other award winners received sewing machines, radios, spraying machines, agrochemicals, and cloth, with Ghana Cocoa Board sponsoring awards for cocoa, coffee, and shea nut farmers. In 1988, the first and second runners-up were introduced alongside the National Best Farmer Award. The winner now receives a double carbon pickup, while the runners-up receive corn mills and all items given to single commodity award winners. This year also saw the introduction of regional award winners and special awards recognizing institutions that have contributed to agricultural development in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in 1991, His Excellency the late Flight Lieutenant J.J. Rawlings declared the first Friday of December each year as a national holiday to honor our farmers and fishermen. By 1994, the District Best Farmer Awards were instituted, funded by the Ministry of Food and Agriculture and local donations. Between 1988 and 2000, the National Best Farmer continued to receive a double carbon pickup. From 2001, winners were presented of 3-bedroom houses funded by the Great Development Bank, with the first runner-up receiving a tractor of implements and the second runner-up receiving a double carbon pickup. Since 2017, the National Best Farmer receives cash prizes to allow flexibility in using the funds for approved agriculture inputs. Mr. Speaker, the selection process for the National Best Farmer is painstaking, rigorous, involving preliminary selections at the district and regional levels. Farmers' activities are closely monitored by extension officers. Throughout the farming season, a committee composed of experts from University of Ghana, University of Cape Coast, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, University of Development Studies, and research institutions together with extension officers tours farms to assess the candidates. This ensures that the final award decisions are fair, impartial, and merit-based. Mr. Speaker, the celebration highlights several key national values and significance. 1, national recognition and appreciation. It reinforces the message that agriculture is central to our survival, stability, and growth. Through the awards, now covering more than 16 categories, such as overall best farmer, best female farmer, best youth farmer, and best livestock farmer, the nation affirms its gratitude to those who feed us. 2, platform for innovation and learning. Farmers' Day has grown into a national platform for showcasing agricultural technologies, mechanization options, improved seeds, climate smart practices, and value chain innovations. The AgriFest, Ghana Fair, which precedes the day, brings together farmers, investors, researchers, agribusinesses for collaboration and knowledge sharing. 3, policies signaling. Themes chosen each year serves as indicators of government priorities. The 2023 theme supported the launch of Planting for Food and Jobs, Phase 2, emphasizing delivering smart solutions for sustainable food security and resilience. In 2024, the theme, Building Climate Resilient Agriculture for Sustainable Food Security, highlighted national concern for climate impacts. Theme for Ghana's National Farmers' Day 2025. That is Feed Ghana, Eat Ghana, Secure the Future. 4, economic contribution. Agriculture continues to contribute significantly to GDP, employment, and exports. Organizations like AGRA and farmer networks continue to commend the resilience of Ghana farmers and advocate for improved financing, technology, and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, of late, the celebration of Farmers' Day is marked by several important national activities. 1, agriculture fair and an exhibition. Throughout the week, a national agriculture fair is held, featuring exhibitions of machinery, seedlings, agrochemicals, livestock, processed foods, irrigation technologies, and innovations from research institutions. 2, sponsorship and funding. Official launching of soliciting the sponsorship packages and funding. 3, national Durbar and award ceremony. On the Friday, the climax of the celebration features a grand Durbar of chiefs, farmers, fisherfolk, dignitaries, and stakeholders. Cultural performances, parades showcasing Ghana's agriculture diversity, speeches addressing national agricultural priorities, less representation for awards at district, regional, and national levels. As we commemorate the 41st edition of the national event, we are reminded that agriculture is the backbone of our food security, a pillar of economic growth, and a source of dignity for millions of Ghanaian households. This moment calls on all of us to support our farmers with better policies, funding, resources, ensuring that Ghana's agriculture continues to thrive and grow. Mr. Speaker, as Ghana celebrates 4 decades of Farmers' Day, it is important we strengthen the celebration itself to deepen its relevance, transparency, and national pride. I therefore suggest the following measures to improve the celebration activities. 1, institutionalize a permanent national organizing committee. A well-resourced permanent committee will ensure continuity, stronger planning, and better coordination across all regions and districts. 2, improve transparency of price structures. Publishing a clear price structure and award criteria ahead of time will improve fairness, public trust, and sponsorship engagement. 3, expand corporate sponsorship. Formalizing a national sponsorship framework will enhance price equality while reducing financial burden on government. 4, strengthen district and regional celebrations, providing logistical support with standardized guidelines will ensure quality and uniformity at the grassroots where most awards are presented. 5, enhance public education and media outreach. A month-long public awareness campaign before the celebration will highlight farm achievements and reinforce national respect for the sector. 6, digitalize the nomination and selection process. A digital system for nominations and documentation will reduce delays, improve accuracy, and enhance fairness. Mr. Speaker, implementing these reforms will elevate National Farmers' Day into a celebration that reflects the true value of our hardworking farmers and fisherfolk, enhances transparency, strengthens national pride, and ensures that this important institution continues to grow in relevance and prestige. Let's use this occasion to honor the courage, resilience, and innovation of our farmers and fishermen. Let it also serve as a reminder of our duty as a nation and as legislatures to continue supporting agriculture, the very foundation upon which our nation's prosperity rests. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So, honourable members, yes, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important...
So, Minister, you'll be the last person to, yes.
To contribute to this very important statement. A statement that supports the celebration of our gallant farmers. Mr. Speaker, we all know that farmers in this country continue to play a vital role in ensuring food security for this country. A lot of the farmers, they go extra mile to endure to ensure that we have food on our tables at our various homes. Mr. Speaker, as we celebrate the farmers today, I want to emphasize that we have to relook at the way we go about selecting the people that we give this reward to. Politicization of the awardees has become the order of the day. And I must mention that almost all the political parties are victims of this. We really have to ensure that we do thorough search and get well-deserving people and let them receive this award. The failure to do this is diluting, is defeating the purpose for this award. You see farmers seeing this award as just an opportunity to reward political supporters, and I think we need to look at that. The gender inclusion is a very important thing that we also have to look at. A lot of the awardees continue to be the male gender, with very few females receiving this award. And I want to recommend that it is important that we try to look at how we will include women, because now we have a lot of women who are into farming, and some of them are doing far better than the men. Mr. Speaker, the smallholder smallholder farmers still battle with numerous challenges, despite the fact that the celebration has existed for many years. We still have farmers struggling to get access to credit, basic credit, to expand their farms. We also have the issue of insurance continue to be a hindrance to many farmers to not to be able to access credit to support their farmers. And I want to recommend seriously that we'll have to look at the issue of how we can ensure that farmers will be able to access insurance, and then also limited access to machinery, farm machinery. A lot of farmers still struggle to get access to farm machinery. And these are some challenges that we have to look at. Mr. Speaker, I know that the current government has taken bold initiative to ensure that we are able to address these challenges. For example, the very popular Feed Ghana project, it's a very encompassing project that I know is going to be able to address that. And I believe strongly that in the trajectory of resetting the agriculture sector, the Feed Ghana will be looked at seriously to be able to address that. Mr. Speaker, the Farmer Services Center is also another innovation that will address the issue of access to farming challenges that I think that we would have to look at and then support the government to achieve same. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, let me take the opportunity to congratulate our gallant farmers for going extra mile to ensure that we have food to eat as a country. On this very special day, I wish all farmers the best, and I will say ayuko to all farmers. Te puya pamka pai. Now no songs that comes asa. Te puya pamka pai. Now no days to go. Bye.
Thank you. Honourable members, just look at today's other paper, the activity that we have to cover. So if I give you the opportunity to comment, I expect you not to go beyond 5 minutes. I beg of you. Because we have so many. You just go through the business, the other paper. It's so many things. Yes, Honorable Dr. Jemai. So not beyond 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would want to do it under 2 minutes. Tomorrow is National Farmers' Day, a day we choose to celebrate the hard work and the commitment of farmers. It is even meant to make them happy after putting food on the table of lawyers, food on the table of doctors, food on the table of pastors. But, Mr. Speaker, what do we see? Farmers are not happy. Mr. Speaker, they are not happy because large cocoa farms are being destroyed. Large cocoa farms are being destroyed. Large stretch of arable lands are being destroyed by Galamsey. Mr. Speaker, if we watch on for this menace to continue, where are we going to get land to be able to make sure that the Feed Ghana succeeds? How do we achieve and sustain food security if we watch on for our lands to be destroyed? And Mr. Speaker, I can tell you in all honesty, there is no political will to fight Galamsey. There is no political will to stop Galamsey. Let's call a spade a spade. Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid if we don't act decisively in the fight against Galamsey, the future of Ghana, the future of Ghanaians are in danger. I'm saying this because now dangerous chemicals are being detected in our food and in our staples. Cyanide, mercury, they are poisonous. So if there's any gift on the anniversary day tomorrow that we can give farmers, is to act decisively, for the government to act decisively to stop galamsey. In conclusion, let me use this opportunity to wish our hardworking farmers happy anniversary tomorrow, and to also add my voice to the call for the government to act decisively to end galamsey from now. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, let's be a bit tolerant, because when it comes to the discussion of farmers, farm activities, all this thing happens on the land. So that is the angle he decided to take. Let's be a bit tolerant, please. I beg of you. Yes, Dr. Sandari.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the honorable colleague. Mr. Speaker, I'm a product of a farmer. My parents were farmers, and I believe many of us also have that root where our parents, our grandparents farmed even to take care of us in our various educational journey. And so we are grateful that tomorrow is dedicated as Farmers' Day so that we can celebrate and award our gallant farmers. Mr. Speaker, the theme for the day is Feed Ghana, Eat Ghana, and Secure the Future. Mr. Speaker, the essence of this is to ensure that there's food security, national self-sufficiency, and long-term stability of the agric sector. Mr. Speaker, if you take a district, a constituency like my own, about 80% of the people are farmers. And they are excited that this government is taking a lot of steps to ensure that farmers now have what they need for their farming services. Farm centers, fertilizer, farming equipment. Mr. Speaker, my district is one of those who benefit from the Farmers Service Center. And it will trickle to almost every district. So farmers are happy under this government, we can assure you. And it's for all of us to support the Feed Ghana agenda. This is not a time for partisanship. Let's come together as a country, because almost all of us, we are farmers. We are farmers, so let's support the government agenda. Let's support the Feed Ghana agenda. Let's support the Akoko and Kitikita agenda. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I celebrate all the gallant farmers of this country, especially the farmers in Dafiama Buse Isa district. I wish them well, and together Ghana will become better, where we have food sufficiency and no child will go hungry in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dr. Ajamai. Dr. Ajamai, I called you earlier on, and Obuasi took over.
Yes.
So
he's a senior, so I added it to him.
Very well.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity given me to make a contribution.
But not more than 5 minutes.
Yes, I'll do that.
Good.
Farmers' Day celebrations, hearing from what my colleague said, the history and the trajectory is very clear. It looks to me every year on year, slogans are being celebrated as against the individuals who are involved in the critical value chain. Mr. Speaker, whether we like it or not, the concept of soil to stomach will go beyond every regime, because any activity that is done to the soil ends up in the stomach, regardless of whoever is taking the food. Mr. Speaker, over the years, we pretend to be celebrating farmers, and farmers also pretend to be enjoying whatever we are saying to them. An aspect that I want to contribute towards is agri financing. Our people are very desirous to farm, but access to capital is not sustainable. We established the Agricultural Development Bank with the overarching objective to assist farming. They are lending to farmers at commercial rates. I am a farmer. Last year, I won the municipal best farmer. And what we go through as farmers in terms of capital is very grave. Today, we are celebrating Feed Ghana, Eat Ghana, Secure Future. What are we securing? And it looks to me as if God is going to create new lands for us. Access to land and sustainability of land lately is very challenging. That is why I'm associating with what my colleague said. Galamsey. I come from a Galamsey area, just like he also comes from a Galamsey area. Our lands are depleting. Yes, I'm speaking for myself. Farmlands are yielding to Galamsey activities. So what are we securing? There's no future because no new lands are going to be created. Mr. Speaker, when I go to Chebi and there's no water, the NTU levels of the brim is about 5,000 to 8,000. What are we watering our farmlands with? Cyanide, mercury? Is that the kind of future we want to secure? I think the answer is obvious. So I don't see the theme in line with the reality of what is happening today. Galamsey activities have heightened. Access to land, access to capital, and to bridge the gap is what we are expecting our farmers to enjoy. How do we bridge the gap? Access to health care for the Ghanaian farmer, education, and even infrastructure. Cocoa roads have been cancelled. Access to food. How are we going to secure all this? So, Mr. Speaker, I wonder what we are really celebrating. The Ghanaian farmer deserves better. The Ghanaian farmer needs to be protected. We can't have a future in this country if the Ghanaian farmer is not well protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Let me now turn to the Deputy Minister for Trade and Agribusiness. He really comes from
Thank you so much,
agric zone.
Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is a special day for all farmers, including myself, in this country. And let me take this opportunity to congratulate all farmers for their work to feed us, to put food on our tables. Mr. Speaker, farmers are happy as we speak, particularly cocoa farmers. Yes. Very excited. Yes. Because before 2024 elections, President Mahama promised cocoa farmers to pay 70% of FOB to cocoa farmers. President Mahama has redeemed that promise to pay 70% to cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, before we exited power in 2016 under President Mahama, we were distributing free cocoa fertilizers to cocoa farmers.
Yes.
Our colleagues opposite came into government. Those fertilizers were written on them.
Honorable Minister.
Not for sale.
Honorable Minister, you are doing well, but don't ignite.
Oh.
Don't trigger any debate.
Okay.
It's a national thing, and I think we are doing well. Don't go the way you want to go now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm only speaking to facts. And the fact is that under the previous regime, they were selling cocoa fertilizers, but free fertilizer has been reintroduced under the current government. And this is a fact which everybody must know. If you are not aware, we have started distribution of free fertilizer to cocoa farmers. Mr. Speaker, this is not politics. This is factual. This is what is on the ground. Mr. Speaker, you know that before the introduction of free education, we used to have cocoa board scholarship to cocoa farmers who go to secondary schools. With the introduction of free education, that was suspended. Under the current president, President John Mahama, from next academic year, is going to reintroduce cocoa scholarship to cocoa farmers at the tertiary level. At the tertiary level. Are you not happy that your children,
I am happy,
when they get to at the university level, they are going to benefit from scholarship if their parents are cocoa farmers? Are you not happy? Is it not a good news? So, Mr. Speaker, farmers are happy under the current president, President John Dramani Mahama. Mr. Speaker,
thank you.
There's a particular problem with farming in this country. After production, farmers have to struggle to sell their produce. And that is why President Mahama is looking at marketing facilities to support farmers. And that is why the president recently gave $100 million Ghana cedis, to 100 million Ghana cedis to Buffer Stock Company to buy foodstuffs for
Thank you.
And Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker,
Minister.
Another 200.
Thank you,
Another
Minister.
200 has been added so that farmers, after production, their produce will be bought. Are you not happy?
Thank you.
Your parents.
Honorable Minister, thank you so much.
Oh, I've just spoken for 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
Honorable.
Just 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, you've spoken for
please.
7 minutes.
Sorry?
You've spoken for 7 minutes.
So let me end at 10 minutes, please. Mr.
Honorable.
Speaker, so additional 3 minutes. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable, I
if
give you
look
1
at the
minute.
team,
Just conclude 1 minute, please.
If you look at the team, Eat Ghana, Grow Ghana, all of us here, when we attend meetings, when we go for conferences, we are served with perfume rice, which is not produced in Ghana. Let's advise ourselves that henceforth we will encourage that restaurants are served with locally made rice.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
and it's cheaper now.
Now I come to
conclude,
leadership.
Mr. Speaker. Oh, what is this?
Honorable member, I have to manage.
Okay.
Look at
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for allowing me to speak for 4 minutes. Thank you very much.
I'm coming to leadership. 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 Please. Leadership to 5 minutes, 5 minutes, please. I beg of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, before I start my contribution, I'd like to appeal to our honorable member from Takrady, is it Takrady? At Second, that please, today we are here for serious business and we are going to ensure that we close early. So please, the shouting, please, across the aisle, it's not something that, Mr. Speaker, I need your guidance for that one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Tomorrow is the Farmers' Day, and it's such an auspicious day that Ghana must celebrate with all the seriousness that it requires. Mr. Speaker, you will bear with me that this celebration of our farmers and our fisher folks has been introduced to ensure that our farmers and our fisher folks who serve us food on a daily basis are well acknowledged and honored. It is very important that on a day like this, we look at all the aspects of the celebration. The first one is the award of prizes to the best farmers. The second one is to also ensure that we showcase what has been done and showcase innovation. The theme that has been adopted for this particular celebration is apt, and it is very important that we pay attention to that and not propagate on that, on the theme. What is important at this point in time, considering the current state in which we are in, our water situation, our galamsey situation, it is important that we adopt the best of policies to ensure that our food basket is always full and people will not go hungry in the country. So what is important today for which we must take home? I know the government has come with a number of initiatives that it wants to adopt to ensure that people have some jobs to do. But let's look at it from a very holistic point of view. I'm looking at innovation. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, for instance, you will be surprised to note that my constituency, if you take the whole of Ashanti region, we provide the highest vegetables. And you will begin to think that it's a peri-urban center, constituency. Why are they producing that much? Because we are creating, we are innovating, using ties, using other forms of farming technologies to ensure that food is served at all times. So on a day like this, I would like for us to go strictly think through what we are doing as a nation. If we get every household to at least produce something, if not vegetables, you can produce food items using innovative farming ways of production. It will help us as a nation. I remember some time back when I was in school, the late Echampo introduced Kutu Echampo, who was the former head of state, introduced the Operation Feed Yourself system. Under the circumstances in which we live now, it is important that every family begins to look at a way of producing something for its family members so that food will be in abundance and everybody can eat. On a day like this, I want to conclude by celebrating especially those who are creating and innovating the farming system to ensure that you spend little on food and you create food yourself in your house. So I would like to salute all Asokwa farmers and all farmers in Ghana and celebrate them to the fullest to ensure that we encourage them to give them the right resources to produce and produce food abundantly. With these 3 words, I thank you for my contribution.
Thank you so much. Let me come to majority leadership. Bray, take it lightly. Take it lightly. No, take. Blair, take it lightly, please.
Mr. Speaker.
Blair, what do you want to say?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to rebut what the deputy leader, minority leader, said earlier. I wanted her to know that I wasn't shouting. We know that this house is a house of serious business. We don't come here to play or joke. We come here to work. And I was trying to correct the wrong facts that my colleague at the other side was.
Thank you. Well noted. Thank you. Well noted. Let him now come to majority leader.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. May you put off your mic, please, Honorable Bray.
Mr. Speaker, I think that on an occasion like this, all of us in this chamber and Ghanaians must recognize and pay tribute to the effort of our farmers. Indeed, the National Farmers' Day was instituted to encourage people to go into farming and to recognize the effort of all those who went into farming and to appreciate the fact that it is through them that we can create the food security that this country needs. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if the institution of a National Farmers' Day is achieving its real objectives. I don't know. Since being a child, every year I have heard of a National Farmers' Day. But as we speak, Mr. Speaker, our food import still stands at over 3.5 billion United States dollars. Indeed, some people put our food imports at the range of 4 billion and 4.5 billion United States dollars a year. It means that every year, Ghana imports food to the tune of 3.5 billion to 4.5 billion United States dollars. It means that every year, we carry 3.5 billion or 4.5 billion roaming around the world looking for food to buy and bring into the country. That is the reality. Why would a country like Ghana, with all the arable land from here to Tumu to Boku, from east to west, why would a country like Ghana, with the biggest man-made lake lying in its center with all the water that is stored in the lake, why would we be carrying 3.5 billion United States dollars every year, roaming around the world to buy food and ship and come and eat as a country? Why? And we talk about unemployment, and we talk about food inflation, and we talk about the exchange rate. If you import $3.5 billion every year, it means that every year you are looking for $3.5 billion to go out there and buy food and bring it into your country. You are exporting jobs, lands, using high-tech equipment. I can assure you that we will remain importers of food in this country unless that transition takes place. I just heard my colleague, the Deputy Minister, urge us to eat made in Ghana rice and that we should not eat perfumed rice. Why should we not eat perfumed rice? Why? Why should we not eat perfumed rice? And what is so sophisticated about processing our rice to also become perfumed rice? If the taste of Ghanaians is perfumed rice, why shouldn't we process our rice to also become perfumed rice? It is a processing issue. So let us do that. So, Mr. Speaker, whilst I commend our farmers for their efforts so far, because we are importing close to 4 billion, we don't even know exactly how much billion we are consuming, and so we can't even measure the effort of our local farmers, which is then supported with the 4 billion imported amount. So we commend them highly for their efforts so far, but government policy must shift and start focusing on large-scale commercial farming. Government policy must shift and start focusing on irrigation. Government policy must shift and start focusing on mechanization. And we must understand that farming is an engineering exercise. If we are constructing roads, we must also construct farm lands. If we are constructing roads, we must construct farm lands. Because you cannot expect the graduates of SSS today to pick cutlasses and pickaxes and go and clear land using manpower so that they can farm. Just as we must engineer our roads, we must also engineer our farms. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Caucus, the members of Parliament who are members of the Northern Caucus, we took a conscious decision that we must transform the northern half of this country into the food basket of the country. We took our regional ministers, all the regional ministers for the 5 regions in the north, to South Africa for 10 days. We took them to the Limpopo province. They were joined by the regional minister for Bono region, and they went from one commercial farm to one commercial farm, and they saw how commercial farming is a job creation mechanism. We visited a farm in Limpopo province. The farmers indicated, the owner of the farm said he has a 1,000-acre farm. He has 200 permanent workers. And during the season, he has 1,000 workers. We are talking about youth unemployment. Farming is a major opportunity, a low-hanging fruit for us to create jobs. If we clear the lands, if we irrigate the lands, and we support with mechanization, we have the potential to produce and export. Whilst we're in South Africa, Mr. Speaker, we went to a maize farm. When we asked them how much was 1 kilo of maize in South Africa, I think they were selling it for about $100. And one of the ministers is a farmer in Ghana, and he then revealed that we were selling our maize at about $250 per ton. Can you imagine the vast difference? That is why when government introduces a policy to support farmers and says school feeding program, buy locally produced food, if you give the contract to a businessman, he will just cut the corner and go to South Africa, buy the thing at $100, even with the cost of logistics, he will get here at $150 and he will still make $100 on it. And you can't blame the businessman. So we need to find ways of making sure that we reduce all the lands that are lying here waste. The last point, Mr. Speaker, I want to make is it is ridiculous. And I met a Chinese farmer and he laughed at me and said, when you import $4 billion worth of food, do you know what you are doing? I said, no. He said, you are importing $4 billion worth of water. That you are importing $4 billion worth of water. Because the food is, you drop 1 grain of maize on the ground, okay? It is water that it keeps drawing on with some chemicals and grow, the stem will grow and start, supporting the, what do you call it? The crop, which then has, so 1 grain will now produce 1,000, grains of rice. It's just a function of water. So how can a country that has the biggest man-made lake lying there with the white voter, black voter, and now, all the other OT, all the other rivers that descend from the top, from the east, from the west, into the Volta. You have all these streams, and you cannot irrigate your country and feed yourself, and you are importing $4 billion worth of food. That is why today, which marks tomorrow, which is the National Farmers' Day, I chose to come and speak to draw attention to something that I think is pathetic, that as a country, very sad, that as a country, we are importing. As far back as 1963,
Leader.
when Nkrumah developed his 7-year development plan,
Leader.
in that 7-year development plan, Mr.
Leader,
Speaker,
your presentation is too sweet, but
I'm winding up, Mr. Speaker. As far back as 1963, when Nkrumah developed his 7-year development plan and constructed the Akosombo Dam, he indicated when he was addressing Parliament that there are 2 reasons why the Akosombo Dam is being constructed. 1 is for hydroelectric power. 2 is for agro-based industrialization. We were to use the water in the lake to irrigate and produce enough so that we can build on it to feed the industries so that we can also industrialize. How many decades now? Since 1963, 1970. How many decades now? And we still haven't achieved this basic objective. How could Nkrumah be far better than us in this generation? How? How is it possible that they are better or they were better than us in this generation? This generation must sit up. We must manage our country better. And let's use this National Farmers' Day to remind ourselves of our failure. We have failed. And we must remind ourselves of this failure so that we can sit up and do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, please, I'll give you 5 minutes to wind up. We've discussed it a lot. A lot of people have spoken.
Thank you.
The majority leader has, done our job for you.
Thank you, sir.
Just give us 5 minutes wind up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to say that tomorrow we are celebrating farmers across the country. It marks the 41st anniversary under the theme, Feed Ghana, Eat Ghana, and Secure the Future. As you all know, it was instituted in 1985, and so far it's been good. It's created some form of healthy competition among farmers. But one thing is important, that farmers are indeed happy. Farmers across the country are happy. 1, because we are instituting the Farmer Service Center. 2, because we are improving our irrigation. 3, because we are giving money to the buffer stock to buy the excesses from them. 4, we are establishing processing factories across the country. And 5, with the implementation and the launch of the Nkukon Kitinkiti, we are making sure that poultry becomes easy and affordable to most Ghanaians across the country. One of my colleagues said Galamsey is an issue, but I have never seen any government more committed to fighting Galamsey than this NDC government. Currently, we have distributed over 1,000 water pumps seized from these Galamsey sites, and all these water pumps have been taken to non-Galamsey areas where they are using it for irrigation. Wow. And so when we hear that the farmers are not happy, I beg to differ. Yes. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, what I would want to say is that this whole week I've been in Ho, and it's incredible to see the amount of work that some of these universities have presented, especially their research work. And what we need to do, as a matter of fact, is to be able to bridge the gap between some of these research work and then the business community. And it is very important that when you come there tomorrow, you see the amazing work that some of these Ghanaian universities are turning out. In conclusion, I would like to make some certain remarks. One, I think that each politician here, whether you are elected or appointed, you should be able to own a farm or a processing center. I think that would be very important. The second one is that I think it's about time that Parliament itself has a farm. We should be able to institute a farm, a parliamentary farm, that will become the model for most of us. The third one is that we should be able to institute district farms across the country, so that in fact, all these district assemblies will be able to own farms and own processing centers. In conclusion, I would like to say that indeed the farmers are happy. Everyone is happy with the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. Everyone is happy with the majority, which is the NDC government. And they are looking forward to the next 3 years, where we'll make sure that farming becomes easy, accessible, affordable, and making sure that food is indeed on the table for everybody. On this note, I would want to wish all the farmers a happy Farmers' Day, and also encourage households to be able to set up their farms so that they would have some backyard farming to do. And I'm also inviting each and every one of you to Ho. When you come, I'll make sure I'll take good care of you. Yeah. Thank you so much. And God bless you.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, this weekend, we are saying farewell to one of our colleagues who passed on to eternity. And I think it would be fair and befitting to pay our last respect by way of giving tribute in his memory. So I will invite the Minority Chief Whip to read the tribute of our foreign hero, Honorable Ernest Kumi.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I begin with a quotation from the scriptures. Psalm 116, verse 15. And I quote, "Precious in the sight of the Lord is the death of his saints," unquote. Speaker, today, with hearts weighed down by grief, yet lifted by gratitude, we bid farewell to our colleague, our brother, our friend, the Honorable Ernest Kumi. His passing on 7th July 2025 remains a deep wound in our collective spirit, a reminder of the fragility of life and the profound impact of life lived with purpose. Honorable Kumi's journey to Parliament was not merely a political ascent. It was a story of a man who refused to quit, a man whose resolve was stronger than the storms that confronted him. He was a fighter in every sense, principled, courageous, and anchored firmly in the belief that God's time is always the best. He contested the 2020 general elections and narrowly lost. Yet, as was his nature, he rose again. He won the confidence of his party as the 2024 parliamentary candidate on the ticket of the MPP. In December 2024, the good people of Akwetia spoke clearly and overwhelmingly, entrusting him with their mandate. Speaker, even when his victory was challenged, the Honorable Kumi stood undoubted as a learning colleague of the noble legal profession who valued the supremacy of the courts and the rule of law. He fought calmly and courageously through the legal processes until justice prevailed. That was Yao, a fighter, resilient and unwavering. On 7th January 2025, he took the oath of office, affirming what his people already knew. He was a legitimate member of Parliament for Akwetia. In Parliament, he served diligently on the Lands and Natural Resources Committee and other assignments. Whether at the committee level or on the floor, he distinguished himself for brilliance, clarity, and deep insight. Speaker, despite heckling and needless interruptions, he spoke with the calm authority of a man who understood his duty. He debated with wisdom, argued with conviction, and carried himself with dignity. Indeed, he was an orator of uncommon grace. But beyond his words was his spirit. A spirit that taught us, his colleagues, priceless lessons. His life taught us to fight on no matter the odds. His steady demeanor encouraged us to persevere, even when the path seemed impossible. His focus reminded us that victory belongs to those who refuse to be distracted. In these moments, when our caucus carries an enormous weight of holding the government accountable, though few in number, yet mighty and quality in purpose, his example reassures us that we shall reach the seats of victory soon. He has left us not only memories, but motivation, not only sorrow, but strength for the journey ahead. His life itself becomes a message to us. Do not give up. Do not fear. The overbearing majority stand firm for truth, discipline, courage will always prevail. Speaker, beyond the chamber walls, the Honorable Kumi was a brother, always available, always willing to help, always ready to join a colleague's campaign, no matter how far the constituency, no matter how tight his schedule. His selflessness was inspiring. His discipline was unwavering. A man who respected time and honored every obligation. But today, as we honor his public life, we cannot ignore the deep personal loss felt by those closest to him. To his aged mother who nurtured him, to the man who came to admire, we say, your son fought a good fight, finished his course, and kept the faith. 2 Timothy 4, verses 7. Take comfort in knowing that the values you instilled in him, courage, humility, truth, became the very qualities that define his service to Ghana. To his wife, a woman of quiet strength, who stood faithfully beside him through every political battle and personal challenge, may God's peace, which surpasses all understanding, continue to guard your hearts. Philippians 4, verse 7. Know that you are not alone. The minority caucus stands firmly with thee. To his lovely children, who must now grow with the memory of a father who loved them deeply and worked tirelessly to give him a better future. Your father's legacy lives in you. Speaker, walk proudly, for he was a man of honor. We, his colleagues, will always remain within reach as fathers, as uncles, as guides, and as pillars you can lean on. To the entire Kumi family, may the God of all comfort wrap his arms around you. This loss is heavy, but you do not carry it alone. As the MPP Minority Caucus, we reaffirm our commitment to stand with the family not only in this season of grief, but in the many days and years to come. Yah was one of us. His family is our family. His children, our children. His memory is our shared inheritance. The Speaker, Ernest Yaokumi lived well, he served well, he loved well. And though he was left outside, his legacy will remain a shining light in Parliament, in Akwetia, in the heart of all who had the privilege of knowing him. I thank you, Speaker.
Yes. Yes. Honorable Edwin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statements in memory of my dear friend and brother, Ernest Yaokumi. Mr. Speaker, long before we were sworn in on the 7th of January 2025 as members of the 9th Parliament, Ernest and I have been very good friends. We have appeared in the media on numerous occasions, and on many occasions after our debates in the media, we drove to restaurants to have breakfast together or have lunch together, and we have always been very good friends for so long. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, I was in Pretoria for a program, and after Ernest noticed a post I made on social media, he called me and said he was in Johannesburg. He drove all the way from Joburg to Pretoria just to come and meet me, and that for me defines how deep our friendship was beyond politics. Mr. Speaker, my pain at the loss of Ernest goes beyond just losing a colleague in the House of Parliament. But it is a pain that also cuts deep because since I got to know Ernest, he's always had one dream: to become a lawyer. On many occasions, Ernest encouraged me to pick forms to study the LLB program, and I kept postponing it. And for close to 10 years, Ernest dedicated his life to the study of the law. When he got admission to Makola, we all celebrated with him. The first time he was supposed to, he had to repeat, and a few others. Mr. Speaker, to cut a long story short, after so many years of struggling to be called to the bar, just when the fight was over, the battle was over, and he was supposed to be called to the bar in this October, a few weeks before, we lost Ernest. Mr. Speaker, it is pain that we cannot explain. But I want to, on this occasion, remind all of us that indeed, on days like this, let us remember that this life is not ours, but it belongs to the Almighty God. Beyond politics, Ernest was truly a reliable friend and a brother. And many of my colleagues would attest to the fact that usually during lunch or when we are on break, you see me sitting with Ernest at the cafeteria, sharing a meal or sharing a drink. Ernest was a gentleman who lived beyond party politics and who was a true friend to those of us who were close to him. I wish to remind all of us that even as we find ourselves here on tickets of political parties, let us always remember that we are first and foremost Ghanaians, we are human beings, and we must first love ourselves before we place our partisan politics ahead of whatever national interest. Mr. Speaker, I wish his young wife and his family the very best. I pray that God himself should grant them strength. Indeed, it is a very difficult thing that this weekend we will be laying Ernest to rest. I pray that the Lord God Almighty himself will strengthen his family, his party, the NPP, and our friends in the minority. And we pray that his legacy should live beyond him. Indeed, the goal of life is not to live forever, but to create something that will outlive us. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I say thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, M10 to Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to share few words as we celebrate the memory of our wonderful brother, Ernest Yaokumi, who used to be the Member of Parliament for the good people of Okotia. As Speaker, Ernest Yaokumi, popularly known as Okotia Star Boy, was born on 5th December 1984, and today is 4th December. So tomorrow, he will have been 41 years old. Mr. Speaker, this was a young gentleman full of passion, energy, and drive, and his academic prowess was so telling. Mr. Speaker, after obtaining a BSc in Ports and Shipping Administration from the Regional Maritime University in 2009, he went ahead to obtain an MBA in Corporate Governance from the University of Professional Studies. He also obtained an LLB degree from Mancrest University College, an MSc in Defense and International Politics from Ghana Armed Forces Command and Staff College. As Speaker, looking at his pedigree and what he achieved and obtained on the academic ladder, I can say that we have lost a gem. We lost somebody who, but for the brevity of life and death, will have contributed enormously, not only for his constituent and his region, but for the entire nation. Mr. Speaker, you're going to miss him. And standing here this afternoon, I'm saddened because just paying tribute to him, I'm recollecting, since I came to this parliament on the 7th of January 2021, we've lost 4 precious souls. It began with the MP for Kumau, Honorable Philip Basua, my classmate at secondary school, Chunbakodwa Secondary School. Then our very good friend, John Kuma, Juso. Then Ernest Akotia, and our friend Muta Mohammed. Mr. Speaker, the first three, you could realize, I remember clearly that Philip Basua, we had a sitting that ended around 11 p.m. We're supposed to take a vote, that didn't happen. It was rescheduled to the next day. I met him in the washroom, and I asked him, Philip, how are things moving? He said, I'm fine. The next day, Philip was gone. John Kuma was agile, working so hard. Few moments, he departed. Ernest had a program at Takoradi. He came back on Sunday. The next day, he was gone. What is wrong? Is it that MPs, you're not doing something right? Probably this is time for us to do a deep introspection and see if we can do something differently regarding our lives and how we execute our parliamentary responsibilities. The Speaker, life is short. Life is short. It means that every moment of our lives, every second of our life is precious. So if you have something doing, we must do it now and not tomorrow. Now, Ernest is gone. You don't know who is next. But we are praying to God to give us the strength, to give us the power, at least to contribute our respective quotas to make this country more meaningful. As we celebrate our brother, what we can say is that may God give him comfort. May God give you lasting peace wherever he is as we speak today. And to his family, especially the wife and children, may God provide them with the fortitude, the resolute of mind, and clear direction so that they won't remain comfortless, but the Almighty God, who is the source of our being, will comfort them. And I want to pray with our leadership. Ernest was in this house for about 6 months. 6 months. That's so sad. And I'm thinking that in the Fourth Republic, he might probably be the MP who spent a short time in the House. I might be wrong, but that's what I'm thinking. So our caucus, and even the entire House, must take delight in the children and the remaining spouse of our brother, so that we can do something meaningful to memorize his legacy. Ernest, I bid you Godspeed. May God be with you and strengthen you till we meet again someday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to add my voice to the statement made, eulogizing the memory of our brother, our friend, our comrade, and our colleague, Ernest Yaokumi. Indeed, we are on a journey. The day we depart this planet Earth, nobody knows. The way to come, we don't know. When, we don't know. But it's important to remind ourselves that indeed we are on a journey. Either to be taught that you'll be 90 years and above before you pass on. It is evidently clear today that the young are going, the old are going, everybody is going. Mr. Speaker, I've known Ernest Kumi for some time now, especially because of our media engagement. Ernest is one person you can describe as a very passionate person when it comes to MPP politics. He would defend MPP at all costs. But the most beautiful thing about him, after the debates in the studios, so warm a personality, he will walk up to you, where he disagree with you, he will share with you. He will discuss politics, he will discuss business, he will discuss academic life. The Speaker, on that fateful day, a day before his passing, I met Ernest. Then he said in tree, MP kakra, Mr. Medimachi, me was Mr. Ebeye Kahubi. To wait, just to become an MP, people have taken me through all this ordeal, and I encourage him that it's part of life. That Mr. Speaker, life is a struggle. Life is war. And if you are looking forward to a peaceful life, then of course you should look forward to
a cemetery or a coffin to go and lie in the cemetery. From the day you are born to the day you exit this planet Earth, Mr. Speaker, you go through a lot of challenges. All of us would have wished that our brother Ernest is in this house with us. The very few months he spent in this house, Mr. Speaker, Ernest didn't allow, this house to intimidate him. Anytime he had opportunity on the floor, we saw him, the confidence with which he made his presentation, as though somebody who has lived in this house for a very long time. And so with time, it was very clear that we all become better and better and better. But fate to have it, he left us when we least expected him to do so. So, Speaker, we can only take a cue and a lesson from this, that the work we are doing is very, very demanding. Let's understand, I can't remember the last day I went to bed before it was 2 a.m. And we wake up very early. It's incumbent on all of us to take our health very, very seriously. We should enter the hospital and check. We should know exactly what our health condition is. Sometimes you close very late, you get home, you are still hungry, and you go and eat and go and sleep immediately. Sometimes the time to even exercise itself is a problem. Mr. Speaker, we love Ghana so much, we want to serve Ghana. But we can only do so when we are in good health. And so let me use this opportunity to call on all of us that even as we struggle to serve our constituency and serve Mother Ghana, our health should be a number one priority. Let me also use this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to pray for the wife and children, that God in heaven should strengthen them. God should keep them. One of the things I've noticed for the many years I've been in politics, Mr. Speaker, is that when it happens like this, beautiful speeches are given, people will gather at the funeral ground in the party colors and do all the fanfare. As soon as the body is lowered into the grave, that's the end of the story. Our brother Kumi has young children. It's incumbent on us to assist the wife to take care of those children. It will not be out of place, Mr. Speaker, if Parliament can even put a mechanism in place where when certain things happen, Parliament can extend a hand of support, especially for the young children to go through education. I believe the MPP party that he belongs as well will not go to Akwetia and go and have the burial and come back home. The future of the children is very, very key. We shouldn't leave the burden on only the woman alone. Let us do everything possible so that the children will not miss their father too much. I wish you so well. May he rest peacefully in the bosom of Father Abraham. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Let him now come to leadership. Yes. So I'm yielding minority leadership to Honorable Kojo Ponkrumah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and it is with a heavy heart that we all contribute to this statement in tribute to our brother Ernest Yaokumi. Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons for which, for those of us who had personal relations with him, are so much pained is the fact that he was a man of many dreams. Unfortunately, a good number of them were not fulfilled before his passing. He had dreams of becoming a lawyer and spent many years going through the LLB and even through the QCL preparations, and just on the verge of his qualification. In fact, a day to his moot court, the good Lord called him. For those of us who are familiar, he had personal business dreams. He had just reached the edge of securing the necessary paperwork for the next stage of his business. Fortunately, it didn't materialize. He was just on the verge of putting his daughter in senior high school. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to see her first day at school. He had dreams of building a good parliamentary career, and he would come around leaders and seniors, getting guidance, etc., even before the election. Fortunately, as he was sworn in, There were a lot of legal battles. He didn't have the opportunity to fully express that parliamentary career. He was a man of deep conviction and big dreams, but death has snatched him away from his family, from his region, from his party, from his nation. Mr. Speaker, if there's any glimmer of hope, it will be the fact that, again, for those who know him, he's somebody who had accepted Christ as his Lord and Savior. And so we take consolation in the fact that he will rest in the bosom of the Lord. There are a couple of lessons that I believe we can learn and implement as our best tribute to Yao. The first being his courage. No matter the difficulty or the impediment you put in his way, Yao was a man of courage. From his first primaries to the main election to the court battles. I remember the days when we would go to court with him in Koforidua, and the days when he would not go to the Supreme Court, but upon return, we'll be having conversations. He was a man of courage. No matter what you put him through, even you remember the night before our swearing in here, when the question was put to him by the clerk, he was a man of courage, said he would stand up and do what he believed was right. I believe that the biggest testament we can give to his life is to reflect his courage in the endeavors ahead of us. Mr. Speaker, he was also a man of selflessness. In fact, the Thursday before his unfortunate demise, myself and Honorable Ejari and himself up on the 11th floor in a conversation, and his focus was on how to find some money to pay some school fees for some constituents of his. The Friday, he left town to go attend a youth program to be of use to young people in the Western region and to assist another member of parliament in his cause. His selflessness is something that, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can carry on as our biggest testament to him. We pray for strength, especially this weekend, for his wife and the children, and for the legacy that he has left behind, as short as it was. We pray that the Lord gives us strength to carry it forward. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Majority Leadership, I'm yielding it to Honorable Corinzalda for Majority Leadership.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I add my voice to the tribute being made on the floor in honor of Honorable Ernest Kumi. I want to say that the news of his death came to me as a shock. Before his death, the Committee on Lands and Natural Resources had a retreat in the Kwau area, or Kropon area, in the Safari Valley, where he actively participated. It was my last encounter with Ernest Kumi. It's not just his participation, but on that day, I recall, during break, Honorable Ernest Kumi walked to me and said he wanted to find time to come to my office to see me. And I asked what he was coming to discuss, asked for some heads up. And Honorable Ernest Kumi indicated that he wanted to stay in this house for long, like I have been, and that he wanted to learn some strategies with which he could stay very long in this house. So that was Honorable Kumi's ambition, to stay long in Parliament, not just for the interest of staying in this house for long, but to be able to serve his people for very long. Unfortunately, he didn't live to do what he planned to do. He's called to eternity. We can only say that may Allah accept his soul and keep him well for us. His life is ended. That is how in my view, and according to my belief, he was destined to live on this earth. But he's left some legacies, his courage, his determination, what he planned for his constituents must be held. We were all his friends, and so whichever way that we can do to keep some of his dreams, we should come together and do it. In particular, his wife is left and the children. When it happens like this, it becomes very difficult for the woman. I'm sure she's devastated and needs comfort. Leadership, I call on you. You prevailed on Speaker to constitute an ad hoc committee to look into the establishment of a pension scheme for MPs. This situation raises concern for that. The committee has worked, a report has been produced, it is yet to be taken. Mr. Speaker, it's a very important report that this House must put every seriousness to it so that we can take care of ourselves when we are weak, when we are no more, when we are incapacitated. I am sure this House will do well, or leadership will do well to bring up this report so that we drive it forward to ensure that some situations like this would be properly taken care of. I wish Honorable Ernest Kumi well where he is. May he rest in peace. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, shall we respectfully rise and pray silently for 1 minute in honor of his soul. May the soul of our brother Ernest Kumi and all the departed honorable members rest in perfect peace. Amen. Honorable members, kindly indulge me in 3 minutes suspension, 3 minutes.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much for your indulgence. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, given the mood of the House, we want to pray that we vary business, the order of business, so that we take item number 6 on the business on the order paper, so that we can take business statements slated for next week. So when that is out of the way, we can come back and deal with the motions, Mr. Speaker.
So we are taking business statement?
Yes, business statements.
Okay.
Yes.
Speaker, we are aligned.
Very well. So before then, let me acknowledge at the public gallery on the left side of my hand, First Century Preparatory School at Aguna Nyakru. They are being led by Jacob Kosimensa, who is the administrator, and the school is located in Aguna West constituency. You are welcome, and we wish you a pleasant stay in Parliament. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, let me pray you that the majority leader stepped out and indicated that he will come. He's not here, so let me pray that I take this on his behalf.
Very well.
As the chairman of the committee.
Very well.
Thank you very much. Speaker, thank you very much. The business committee met yesterday and considered business for next week. Speaker, we determined that there are a lot of questions still outstanding for the remainder term of the meeting. So we took a decision to slate a lot of the questions for next week alongside taking the committee reports as they come in. So for this sake, we'll take about 42 questions in all. We also expect some formal communication from Mr. Speaker, if any. Out of the questions, we don't have any urgent question as we speak. The 42 questions are all oral questions, so we expect the ministers to come and answer to these questions. Statements have been clearly advertised and indicated, standing the names of the respective members who are the sponsors of these statements. We'll continue to take bills and present papers, and also present reports and take them in that order. Motions and resolutions will also be taken. Speaker, we'll continue to take reports on the emanating from the committees regarding the budget estimates as they relate to the motions. Tomorrow is a statutory public holiday, May 5th of December, National Farmers' Day. So that has been indicated. Speaker, so the House will sit on Tuesday throughout the week to Wednesday, Thursday, and up to Friday the 12th. Speaker, we want to urge the committee leadership to ensure that as soon as they conclude considerations of the estimates, they endeavor to get the clerks to the committees to get the reports ready so we can deal with them with alacrity on the floors when they come. Because the sense of the House is that this year we don't want to pass appropriation close to Christmas. We want to do it a number of days before Christmas so that we can join our families. We don't have to be rushing home. I recall that there was one time we left here at the dawn of the 25th. Members have urged leadership that want to avoid that. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the business as arranged by the business committee for next week ending Friday, 12th of December, 2025. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. See, when you said we left here one occasion at the dawn of 25th, I read from Honorable Abraham Sari. I could read something from the map that it was rather the dawn of 24th. Is that not the? Yes. Anyway, honorable members, the business statement has been read to us by the Majority Chief Whip. We will invite comments on them. Yes, yes, Honorable Kojo.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity, and I commend the Business Committee for the presentation that they've just done. Mr. Speaker, I've gone through the papers that are supposed to be presented next week. They're important papers, but there are some equally important papers that we have been asking the government to present to Parliament for several months now, and those papers are not being presented. This is about the programs that government has launched. And these programs, first of all, in and of themselves, remember, Mr. Speaker, now that the economic policy doesn't come by motion, we don't approve the economic policy. So the programs that they have mentioned in them, they are not programs that, as was being done previously under the old standing orders, would have received approval when the policy is approved. We keep asking, even if not for the purposes of approval, just present those program documents so that Parliament is seized with it. CSOs, general public, citizens can understand. Mr. Speaker, currently the government has launched 17 programs. The last time we talked about it was about 9. When it got to 11, we spoke about it. Now it's 17, not 1. Such as the Chief Whip is asking, may I give him a list? The AGRIC for Economic Transformation Agenda, launched on the 12th of April 2025, is not before Parliament. 1 million coders program, launched on the 16th of April 2025, is not before Parliament. A Jumerua program, 28th of April 2025, is not before Parliament. National Apprenticeship Program, 1st May 2025, is not before Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when an informal copy of the 24-hour economy document was presented to the Speaker, he actually advised that that one should also be brought and laid. That is also not being. There are several of them. I don't want to take too much time. But I think it's important that government brings these program documents so that scrutiny can be better established. That's my
I
first
think
point.
yesterday the 24-hour economy was laid here. The bill was laid
No, the
here.
program document. The program document has been approved by cabinet because that bill will emanate from the program document. It shows the policy direction of government. Previously, we used to approve the economic policy. So once you mention it and then you have that cover, you are fine. It's for their own good because there will be times when a question may come up and then you have the cover that the policy has been approved. So it's for their own good and it's also for the service of, it's also for the benefit of the oversight function. Mr. Speaker, another matter that I would have loved to see in the business statement is a matter of grave concern to a lot of parents and wards across our country today. WASI results were just released. There are distinct worries about the levels of failures in mathematics and, I think, social studies. You would have expected that by now we are programming to at least bring in maybe the Ghana Education Service, the Education Minister, or persons who are associated with it, so that first of all, we can get an empirical understanding of why. As at now, all you hear is people on radio, everybody giving their own interpretation, anecdotes here and there. It is important that a matter like this, the thousands of students who have been failed, their parents, their entire country has an understanding of why. And so, Mr. Speaker, I would like to encourage the leadership of the government benches to find a way to program as quickly as possible the Education Minister, maybe with the support of the Ghana Education Service, to appear before us and begin to give us an empirical sense of the why. That way we can tone down on everybody's anecdote and story and reason and what is now becoming unnecessary partisan politicization of the matter and get a clear understanding and, if possible, some interventions to resolve it. Else the fate of thousands of Ghanaian children are at stake. Over 200 and something thousand, we are being told, are at stake, and it's now being reduced to political football. I think, as important as these ones are, this is a matter that should be programmed for urgent attention by Parliament. I thank Mr. Speaker for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Professor Nyako.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, I just want to bring this matter that has come before the House on several occasions, again, to the attention of leadership. It's a matter that has been overflowed. I'm referring to the defective air conditioners in our offices. I would like to know the updates. Because every time we bring this matter to the fore, we are told that it is being worked upon. We want to know update. If we have begun any procurement processes, let us know how far we have gone, because it is becoming a nuisance. Mr. Speaker, I've also observed that a question that I asked that has been programmed for today has resurfaced again on the business statement for Thursday, 11th of December, question number 316. So I would suggest that probably it is deleted. Speaker, one other issue is, remember I asked a question, 3 questions, number of churches, mosques, and shrines. And the week ending 31st October, on the business statement, 2 of them were programmed. The number of shrines and how many are registered, number of mosques, how many are registered. Strangely, the one on mosques was deleted, and the shrine was programmed for me to ask. Today, I've seen on the business statement that on Friday, on the 12th, they've brought the one on churches. Meanwhile, the one on mosques is missing. You see, these questions were asked the same day. They were admitted by Mr. Speaker on the same day. I went to the table office. I looked into the question order book, and they were all admitted and transmitted to the minister. So why do you bring them in piecemeal? The other day was shrine, and it appeared as if I didn't know what I was doing. And next week, it is churches, and mosques is missing. they are related questions. So the three should be programmed at the same time. So I'm just pleading with the leader of the business committee, if the one on churches has found expression here, then we should add the mosques. Otherwise, there's no need for it to be programmed for me to ask. And again, the security, the traffic situation, in the country is becoming so alarming, and the traffic, congestion, in town, and this is normal, especially when we are heading towards Christmas. I don't know what is being done about that to ensure that there is some, easiness when we are driving to Parliament and to our respective places of engagement. The Speaker, thank you for indulging me. I'm grateful.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Frank Afriye.
Yeah, Speaker, I'm extremely grateful. And let me thank the chairman of the Business Committee. I wish to find out, Speaker, at the start of this very meeting, it's been advertised that we'll be going on recess by 19th of this month. And the leader who had just presented the statement has eloquently mentioned something very significantly, and that has to do with the fact that we need to join our families, not only our families, but as representatives of the people, we have a lot of activities, invitations here and there. I really wish to respectfully find out from leader if the advertised timetable still works, or whether we are looking at extension or reduction, whichever way, if the committee is in a position to let the House know when exactly we'll be going on recess. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me go to Tafu first. Tafu is senior to mention us out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think I am relatively younger in this chamber as compared to the Chief Whip. This is my 5th year in this House. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it is the first time that you see an item advertised in the order paper for close to a month and it will not be taken. Right Honorable Speaker, you may check the business statement that was read here last week. Almost all questions that were advertised and were supposed to have been taken by the ministers have been repeated. Where are their ministers? Where are their ministers? Have they abandoned government business? Is it that they are not told that these questions have been advertised, and for that matter, they are supposed to be in this chamber to answer to the questions that have been asked by members of Parliament? In fact, it is one of the few tools that are available to the minority for us to be able to play that oversight responsibility that has been enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, we are appealing to them. Their ministers should be available in this chamber to answer to these questions that have been advertised. Last week, 27 questions were advertised. This week, almost all those questions have been re-advertised, and they have added on to about 42. As to whether we are really going to exhaust these questions is something that I do not trust. And so we are pleading with the Chief Whip to make sure that the ministers appear before this House to answer to those questions. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, there was a matter that was raised here last week during a business statement, and it was in respect to an update that was given to the state, or if you like, to the Republic, by the Ghana Health Service, that there are about 880 cases that have been reported and confirmed as at November 20th
with respect to mpox. We argued that it is a matter of public interest, and for that matter, the Minister of Health should be programmed to appear before this House and comment on it so that we will know how the Ministry of Health intends to deal with the matter. In fact, members of Parliament also agreed that it is a matter of public interest, and for that matter, when the Minister of Health finally appears before this House, we will find a way to help the ministry to be able to deal with this problem. As we speak, if you check the business statement that has been advertised, nothing of a sort has been stated in there. Clearly, the government is not even interested in the diseases that are affecting Ghanaians in this country. Right Honorable Speaker, I may also want to add my voice to what the Honorable Kojo Oponkroma said. And maybe I may want to start with a few statistics for us to know the enormity of the challenge that we have. Right Honorable Speaker, since 2021 till date, when our kids write WASI, we have always been seeing an increment with respect to their performance. It is only in 2025 that all the core subjects, that is English, mathematics, integrated science, and social studies, we've had a dip in terms of their performance. In fact, in 2024, the performance rate for the English language was 69.52%.
Honorable Vincent, I think the issue has been raised. So we don't need to go into details. The issue is already there before you address it.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you, but let me end. It is
Okay,
important for the Ghanaian people to know, and the Minister of Education to also know, that you cannot have 69.2% of persons passing integrated science, or if you like English language, in 2024, only to have about 48% of them passing. It is an important matter, and it will be proper that the Minister of Education is scheduled to come before this House to be able to do that. So you don't even have the patience to listen to us. Have patience to listen.
Honorable Asafua, that application has already been made by Kojo Oponkroma.
But I am also adding the statistics to it for us to know the enormity of what is happening. So we are just giving more information. Mr. Speaker, sometimes allow us to be able to also communicate what the Ghanaian people want to hear. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity to add my voice. And I want to commend the Business Committee for a good job done. Except to say that, Mr. Speaker, there's some concern among Ghanaian public about many instances where people are being arrested for expressing their views, exercising their right to free speech. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, given our role, I am of the view that we may have to program the Attorney General to come to this House, not as Attorney General, but Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, we need to distinguish the two and know when he is coming here as Attorney General and Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, come to this House as Minister of Justice to brief us on how he is going to protect the fundamental human rights of Ghanaians, particularly free speech, so that they can speak freely without being arrested. Mr. Speaker, just yesterday we heard of Martin Pebu having been arrested for making some allegations against the special prosecutor. Mr. Speaker, there is also the case of Nanaya Oyebua Wendell. Mr. Speaker, it's becoming one too many. Mr. Speaker, very respectfully, the transition to democratic rule should be fruitful to all Ghanaians, particularly the exercise of free speech. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians are being arrested, incarcerated, being imposed with serious bail terms, bail conditions. Mr. Speaker, this was an element or a feature of pre-1992. We know that, Mr. Speaker, we know that, Mr. Speaker, as in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, we have not forgotten that the current government was given birth by the Provisional National Defense Council, which is
Thank
known
you.
for breaching fundamental human
Honorable-
rights.
Honorable-
But Mr. Speaker, our democracy should bear fruit.
Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I am boxing.
Because we don't have time, I just wanted to take everything. You come, you respond, and that will end there. So, Honorable Chief Whip, just hold on a bit. Let me go here and come back to you. Why? Yes, Honorable Bena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me commend the Business Committee for a good work done. Mr. Speaker, I rise to seek guidance. About 4 weeks ago, I had a statement that was admitted by the committee on the Ohabu Agri College. It kept appearing. I'm seeking guidance. I'm seeking guidance that in such a case, no. Mr. Speaker, I had a statement that was admitted by the Business Committee and programmed for the week, but due to the nature of business, we could not take it. I wanted to humbly plead, if it is possible, to have, because it's a very important statement on the Ohabu Agri College. It's a constituency-specific statement, and I would want to ask Chief Whip if there is any chance that can be programmed for next week. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Don't be intimidated, and I'm happy that you were not intimidated, because the minority Chief Whip was warning you, but you were bold. You weren't intimidated. Yes.
Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity, and I want to commend the acting leader, Honorable Roxin Eche Dafia-Mokpo, so far for his stability. Speaker, as I proceed to make my inquiries, Speaker, it has to do with the zip line. During our debate on the health ministry's on the health ministry's budget, the deputy minister, Speaker, the deputy minister made a very scathing statement to the effect that we are using the zip line drone to lift condoms and mosquito nets and paracetamol to the respective people or the recipients who may need these services. Speaker, I want to find out from the acting majority leader if he is aware that on the 1st of December, during the celebration of the World AIDS Day, it was announced that 42 people get infected by HIV daily in Ghana. 42 people. Speaker, 42. As I speak with you, Speaker, recent statistics show that approximately 330,000 to 355,000 people are living with HIV. Is the Deputy Health Minister saying that we should stop using condoms or stop making provisions of condoms to people who need them? Speaker, the NDC youth organizer in the Western North, Speaker.
Honorable leader. Honorable leader, I don't know if you want the
Speaker,
leader.
I was going to run up that the Minister of Health respectfully should be programmed to come respectfully to respond to the surge in HIV cases and what the ministry is doing about it. And what is also happening to the zip line, because we are aware that it saved an NDC organizer in the Western North. Thank you very much, Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Comfort, do you?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is Thursday. Tomorrow is Farmers' Day. And Saturday, Akwetia funeral. Honorable Dratu has a funeral. We have a lot and a chock of work So I'm begging the chief whip, who is working on behalf of the leader, to defer some of the questions for next week. When that comes, he will come and answer all. Then make sure we leave here early. We do our government business and leave here early. So the plenty talk, Mr. Speaker, we should cut some of them short, so that we can do big government business and go home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Speaker, let me thank members for the comments and the concerns raised in respect of the business statement presented as by way of matters arising. Now, the honorable member for Fuansia Yuribi made the point that there is the need for government to, as it were, present the policy programs, program documents regarding all the policies launched, all government's flagship programs launched thus far. And by his reckoning, there are about 17 of them. It's well noted. We'll take it up with the Minister of Finance and the other sector ministers. I know that some are coming by way of bills. For instance, the 24-hour economy policy has come by way of bills. Legislation will be passed to ensure that there's a proper legal framework and others. So it's well noted. We'll endeavor to do that. In fact, that's how it's supposed to be. Then, the issue about the WASI results. Fortuitously, I can report to the House that the President himself has directed, the President himself has directed the Minister of Education to, as it were, study the Chief Examiner's report on the WASI, on the 2025 WASI results with the Chief Director, the Director General of GES. And I believe that the Minister will be well informed to come and brief the House regarding the matters contained in the Chief Examiner's report. So we'll try and program him for next week to do this. Then, Mr. Speaker, Professor Kingsley Nyako raised the issue of the situation of air conditioners and some of offices numbering about 54, according to my record. The complaints that are officially before myself and my brother, the minority chief, who is our 54 offices that are not having functioning air conditioning. So members find it difficult. It's also a matter of record that Parliament is going through the procurement processes to get the air conditioners rehabilitated and not replaced. Also is the lift. The procurement processes are unfortunately painfully tedious, So, because if you don't go through, you'll be in breach, and nobody wants to be in breach. So things are being approached with some alacrity, but I believe that by the time we are back, they will be installed. Then he noted that he has a question. The question has been repeated. So it's also noted for deletion. Then again, he asked a question. His concern was about the fact that he's filed some questions regarding the number of shrines that exist in the country, the number of mosques that also exist in the country. But he's surprised that another question regarding the number of churches has rather been slated. What I can say about that is that it means the minister has obtained the adequate information necessary for him to come and respond to the question. But the information available for, I believe, the mosque and the shrines is delaying. That is why we cannot advertise a question for him to come and respond to when he hasn't got the material to come and respond. So that would be the plausible reasons for advertising, for advertising that next week the minister will come and respond to that of churches, but that of for shrine is not ready. But we'll look into this and explain why that for the shrine is not listed for next week. I believe when he's ready, he will notify us, and then it can be advertised for him to come and respond to. Then, the issue of traffic. Professor Nyako, how can issue of traffic congestion be a matter for business statement? Professor Nyako. Please. Parliament cannot control traffic. So what we can do is that it is that particular time of the year when there's a general congestion because of the upcoming Yuletide. So we want to encourage members to leave home early. Members should endeavor to leave home early so they can beat the early morning traffic, heavy traffic congestion, which starts from about 7:30, 8 a.m. If you leave home early, by 6:37, you are in Parliament. From wherever you are located in the metropolis, even if you are in Tema, if you leave home by 6:30, by 7:15, you are here. But if you sit at home till about 9, 10, then you leave home, you won't get here by 12 because all the traders will be pouring in. But be it as it may, we want to. It's a noted concern. So we want to urge the Director General of the MTTD to deploy more men onto the roads to ensure an easy flow of traffic. So for the general ease of movement within the city towards Christmas and immediately after Christmas and New Year. So it's noted. But I want to, on behalf of my majority leader, encourage members to leave home early. We are in the budget hearing season, so get here early so we can do business early. Then, Frank Free raised the issue of advertised time for going on recess, when whether or not that timetable is still in operation. Yes, it is. But the general concern of members is that this time we have the opportunity to be able to do things much quicker than it is advertised. And if that happens, then it means we can go on recess before the 19th. Today, if we are lucky, we can take about 5 or 6 or 7 more reports. And combined with what we did yesterday, it means we are doing close to 20 or 16 or 17 out of 41. If next week we are able to we can finish the reports by next week, depending on the circumstances. And if we are able to finish the reports by the 12th, it means when we enter the 3rd week of the month, we'll be able to pass appropriation and go on recess even before the 19th. So it depends on the enormity of work and the alacrity with which we are handling the reports and its approval. Then, my brother Vincent Asifua again rehashed. You see, he's not on the floor to listen to. Okay, so pay attention. Pay attention. So stop the conspiracy and pay attention. So the issue of the WASI. So I believe the minister, upon perusal of the chief examiner's report, will be informed well enough to come and brief the House, and then we'll see how we can now formulate programs and policies to ensure that we don't experience this. Hasn't happened for some time, and we are all concerned. So once he briefs us, I'm sure we'll look at what to do and the directions to give. Then your call that the health minister comes to brief the House is also noted. So we can endeavor to program him to come and respond to your concerns, if the business of the House permits. Then the call that the AG should come here, not as AG, but constitutionally speaking, the AG cannot be decoupled from the Minister of Justice. He is in a composite capacity, so whenever he's here, he comes as the AG as well as the Minister of Justice. And yes, I agree that we need to program him to come to respond to some of the issues you have raised. And myself, I'll be raising that matter shortly. Adam Agbana, your concern is noted. Statements that have been advertised for members to the sponsors of those statements to take them on the floor. Given the exigencies, they are being rolled over to next week. Yesterday, I was actually looking out for you because we had a window to take a couple. But because we couldn't see some of you, we will roll them over to next week. And given the exigencies, we can take, when we get the window, like we did today and yesterday, we'll take them alongside government business. Then, my brother, Jerry Shaib, Zipline, your concerns are noted. The minister will then be programmed. So the Minister for Health is then being demanded to appear to address the issue of the zip line, as well as the other matter that Vincent Asifua raised. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the compendium of issues.
Thank you. Thank you, honourable members.
Compendium of issues that the members
honourable members, Leader, I said it. I had wanted everybody to just.
Speaker, let me start off by, I also recognize we don't have time. I think I don't agree with the Chief Whip. By the way, he's done excellently well so far. At least, he's not attempting to trivialize the issues we are raising. He's not trivializing them. And I commend him highly. Yes. So, but the matter on air conditioning is unfortunate, it's coming up on the floor. Ideally, what should be done is that administrators should ferry progress reports to the chief whips so that the whips can update members on the various platforms. It's not a matter that we should be discussing at plenary. So that should be taken in good stride. On traffic congestion, Leader, I disagree with you. Because you see, you are saying that we should reset. And the reset must cut across all spheres of life. Yes, reset. No, in other jurisdictions, authorities are getting innovative. In the context of your reset agenda, you must get innovative. And you should get the minister here, Minister for Roads and Highways. He should get his agencies to come and tell us. Because it is predictable that getting to the Christmas festivities, there will be traffic. So it's predictable. We can't sit. We must get innovative. Yes. Speaker, we are clearly getting closer to adjournment. We have a lot of issues. Your backyard, your morale is weak. The morale of your back is weak. I don't have to mention names. It's weak. So, Leader, do something. There are real issues that the Speaker has cancelled. Speaker, there is a lot of noise coming from the majorities. I don't know if they are not interested in the morale issues I'm going to raise. The Honourable Deputy Minister, listen, we are talking about real issues. It's important. These issues, you cannot talk about them. It is the minority who relate. We are speaking for you too. You are making noise. Yes, now you are talking. So, Speaker, we are getting closer to adjournment, or even rising. There are real issues I don't want to elucidate unnecessarily. Leader, I nudged you at the business committee. We need, as a matter of agency, committee of the whole. The exchequer must come here. That's why he's one of us. That's why he's one of us. There are a lot of things, I don't want to talk about them, that are outstanding, bordering on members and colleagues. Some are statutory. He must be here. So I propose to you, you must do all the legwork. And today I see you are standing instead of the majority leader. I will not be surprised.
Honorable Whip, I could see some of the backbenchers giving indications
that they are excited.
Yes, they are excited.
They are excited. The news is exciting. You are in power. So, Speaker, Wednesday, we should have a committee of the whole. And the Minister of Finance should be giving foreknowledge, not just the news of committee of the whole, the items which I cannot elucidate on. So, Speaker, I'll relate to the Chief Whip so that the Minister will come prepared. That's the first one. Same on the Minister. No. Okay. Then, Speaker, again, the Minister of Finance, there's a matter which of huge public interest. The Minister of Finance is owing the administrator of stool lands 9 months arrears. And this is money for our chiefs. Our traditional leaders are being owed 9 months of payment, royalties. The minister should find him. When he's coming for the committee of the whole, he must prepare to speak to this matter. Speaker, if I may reference Order 6, and then, Speaker, with your leave, independent constitutional bodies. Independence under interpretation. Independent constitutional bodies include the Electoral Commission, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, National Commission for Civic Education, National Media Commission, Office of the Administrator of District Assemblies, Common Fund, Office of Auditor General, Bank of Ghana, and other bodies established to have exclusive jurisdiction in the performance of assigned functions. The PRC clearly falls under this description. The PRC. Speaker, a while ago, cumulatively, they have increased utility, specifically electricity, to some 18.34%. Just recently, there has been an additional 9.8%. It is generating a lot of discussion, and its impact on productivity, I must say, productivity generally in this country, could be called to question. I'm simply saying, committee of the whole, the PRC must find their way here. They must come and meet the people's representative and explain why this increment. Of course, we are all aware about the dollar effect on this utility pricing. And now you claim that you have stabilized the dollar. You claim. Well, it's a matter of, that's fine. I'm not contesting that. You have stabilized the, if you have stabilized the dollar, it must reflect in the pricing of utility. So, Speaker, I'm saying, if the finance minister is being scheduled for Wednesday, the PRC must find his way here on Thursday. Rain or shine, they must come to Parliament. Come and explain and put matters in context. Leader, we have all been passionate about our pension scheme. We seem to be running away from it. Today, the Honorable Collins Dowda related to it. Why are we afraid of something that is beneficial to us? The report committee that was put together by this House, the committee has traveled across the globe. Report has been generated. The report was programmed by the order paper. Suddenly, the business program on the order paper vanished. What is happening? This is our welfare. It's our welfare. Leader, I beg you. I beg you. Let's get these reports presented, and then we can set them into motion. The other business we have to prosecute. Last one. So we got last one, the very last one. So we got solid and liquid waste management service providers in this country close to 1 year have not been paid by this government. No, Mills, it's true. Now, the liquid waste, the entire liquid waste generated by Parliament, if we are not careful, there will be a blast. And if that happens, the effect will be enormous. The finance minister, apart from coming to committee of the whole, leadership should meet with him. Speaker, I employ your directive. Leadership should meet with him. These two matters must be raised. The royalties to our chiefs, the payment to waste management service providers, it must be done. 1 year, they've not done it. There could be a possible epidemic breakout in our country. So, and again, Speaker, let me commend Chief Webb. At least he's not trivializing the things we are relating to. And I pray that he will always present the business statement. Speaker, having said this, I thank you for the opportunity. And he must also do his work in the printing room to get the report. If passage of appropriation is delaying, you can trace your hand to the minority. We are set out to help you pass your appropriation. But if your reports are not being generated, there's nothing we can do. At least so far, we have been very magnanimous to them. Speaker, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Speaker, I knew he would do this. Speaker, the issue of the air conditioners, we want to assure members that the House is taking or has taken this matter seriously, and therefore the tender committee has done its work. The procurement processes are underway. It's come up many times. So we want to urge, if the clerk were here, the deputy clerk is here, so he deputizes for his boss. They should expedite action on that so that members can function from their offices. That's all they are saying. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the traffic, I don't know why the minority chief whip wants to bring parliament into the management of traffic. I don't get it. What we are asking members, we are imploring members technically, is to leave home earlier than they do. that is the surest solution to the matter. But it is noted that we are calling on the Director General of the MTTD to deploy more men to direct traffic, to ease traffic, and more roads are being tarred. More access roads are being generated so that we are resetting the traffic network in the metropolis and elsewhere. So I'm sure by January you get to Parliament faster than you do. Mr. Speaker, the issue about the coming of the finance minister to meet members at the committee of the whole, that is laudable. It's acceptable to us. We'll program him. But even though he indicated that the agenda, he won't reveal it, he went ahead to reveal a couple. So the issues that he listed, he and I, as the whips, will sit down, agree on the items that he will come and brief the House on. We'll discuss with leaders. Then when he comes, he can address all of them as en bloc. Speaker, it will be more prudent, given the times, to schedule the PURC on the day that the FM will be here, just to manage time. Because if the FM comes on a day, and then we have to program again another committee of the whole on a different day to get PURC, it may burn our time. So I want to plead that we program, the day we are programming FM, we get PURC to also appear, so that it can deal with the issues that you are. Please. Then the issue of the pension scheme report has been advertised. The report has been ready. It's been advertised for some time. I don't think there's any deliberate attempt to gloss over it. It's just because of the exigencies. So I believe tomorrow, if Tuesday. If we have good numbers, it can be taken, debated, and adopted. Then the processes can be initiated. Speaker, solid waste again. We will meet about it and discuss. We will discuss this matter with the FM when it comes. Yes. So I'm saying that as part of the briefings that the FM will come and give to the committee of the whole, this will feature. He and I will agree on the items for the agenda. And the royalties, they will feature. I know why are you heckling me? You've raised the matter. I'm responding to them. You are still heckling me. Mr. Speaker, save me from the Honorable Frank Anodom. So, Speaker.
You are saved.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, with these matters having been raised by members and responded to and noted, I believe that we are good to adopt a business statement for next week so we can move to other matters. I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, honorable members. The business statements, as thoroughly discussed, is hereby adopted.
Speaker, let me seek your leave to raise a matter of urgent public importance. Speaker, yesterday, whilst we were on the floor trying to conclude business, news filtered through that one of our seasoned lawyers, the lawyer Martin Pebu, was invited by Office of the Special Prosecutor. He presented himself willingly, and somehow he got detained. Until about after 10 p.m., he was still in detention, and he was supposed to have been granted bail, given onerous bail terms. He should produce property, landed property, and all that. Mr. Speaker, we cannot do this at this time. We can't.
So, honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, these are serious matters.
Honorable leader.
Mr. Speaker, permit me.
Fine, but under what are you coming?
Mr. Speaker, a matter of urgent public importance.
So come properly. I mean,
Mr.
let
Speaker,
me know.
I have invoked the orders.
Which orders?
Mr. Speaker,
Which
I have
orders?
invoked the orders.
Which orders?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, I have invoked the orders. Order 93. So it's no. I have invoked the orders, Mr. Speaker, and I was in full flight.
Anyway,
Speaker,
now you've mentioned 93. You can go on.
Speaker, we are saying that the Office of the Special Prosecutor has abused its powers in this matter. And I will not hesitate. I will not hesitate to say that this House, if it continues to abuse its powers, then we may have to abrogate it. We may have to abrogate it. Because we cannot create such an office to handle important matters of concern to the state, and you'll be detaining citizens that you have invited willingly, they've submitted themselves willingly, and you detain them because on a certain supposed obstruction of a public officer from performing a certain duty. That is a misdemeanor.
Honorable Chief Whip.
So, Mr. Speaker, let me place this matter on record that this House, we shall be inviting him to come and brief the House the circumstances under which he will detain a citizen under such whimsical circumstances. It is untenable. And yesterday, his conduct was frowned upon by the entire nation. By the entire nation. So I just have to place this matter on record for today. I thank you for the opportunity.
Honorable Majority Chief Whip, you came under Order 93, but it was wrong time. we normally invoke Order 93 during statement time. Now you've gone past statement time, we are coming to do government business, and we are bringing this discussion again. Anyway, I'll invite one person from this side, Honorable Kojo Ponkroma, to comment on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I would have wished that the Business Committee would have properly programmed this so that it would have been part of the earlier conversations. The subject that the Chief Whip on the majority side has raised is an important matter. But in my view, Mr. Speaker, it is not about the Office of the Special Prosecutor. It is about a culture that has crept into the investigative and law enforcement bodies in this country, where they invite you, and to quote the words of the Chief Whip, you appear on your own volition to assist them in investigations. Then they arrest and detain and put onerous bail conditions on you. In fact, in the case of his good friend, the respected lawyer he's speaking about, his very good friend, he was asked to bring landed property in his own name. These are some of the onerous bail conditions that we have been speaking about, that the investigative bodies are beginning to weaponize. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, like we say in Twi, etua onyonku mua, etua diem, etua uhumu dia, etua nipem. To wait, Mr. Speaker, when it happens to somebody and he's complaining about it, you see absolutely nothing wrong with it. When it happens to you, now you complain. So, Mr. Speaker, if he wants to invite the special prosecutor to come and answer why his friend, and today he's complaining because it is his friend, why his friend and the Office of the Special Prosecutor, in his view, are weaponizing their powers, perhaps he should extend that invitation to all the other investigative bodies that people have raised complaints about, that they are beginning to weaponize the powers of state given them. Today, because it happened to Martin Kpebu, you are making it a matter of urgent public interest. The minority leader, Osahin, has been raising this matter over and over again, that the investigative bodies are weaponizing their powers, are imposing onerous bail conditions. In fact, Mr. Speaker, in instances where you don't even expect them to detain, because you've invited a man, he has appeared, he's provided information, you know where to find him. There's no basis to detain him. They will detain you and put onerous bills, whisk you away, unknown destination. Then your lawyers, everybody looking for you. We've had clients at our firm we are chasing all over town. When you say it, because it has not happened to them, they don't complain. That's why our elders say, today, because it has happened on their side, they are complaining. So, Mr. Speaker, if we would take a leaf from the book of history, when the Preventive Detention Act was being passed, members of the CPP who were happily shouting that it was a good idea, in the end became victims of it. If there's a practice that is untoward and it is being raised, let us look at it without partisan lenses. We on this side, if indeed they extend that invitation, I'm not sure we will object. We won't object to it. But perhaps our advice will be that all the other investigative bodies that are being weaponized, which have been complained about, which they turn a blind eye and a blind ear to, maybe, Chief Whip, you should add it so that we can do a non-partisan, diligent job in the interest of the public. Because precedents are being set, which will not be good for our democracy going forward. Mr. Speaker, those will be my words in contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not taking any comment again. We brought statement to a close, and I am unable to take any further comment on that. Leadership, any indication?
Speaker, let me pray that we take the motions. Speaker, we take the motions, so that will be item number 10 on the order paper. 10. Oh, no. Mr. Speaker, that will be, I will take the motion. So we have yesterday the Independent Constitutional Bodies Committee. They had 3 of their reports ready. And so, Speaker, we want to take those 3 reports quickly because the member has been waiting patiently to present them.
So which page? Which page?
Speaker, that will be page 12. 12, 13, 14. So page 14, motion number. Speaker, let's take motion number 29. That's the Media Commission. You have it. You have the Media Commission. Which one do you have? Which one do you have? Which one do you have? Yes. Yes, you can take them. Okay. Speaker, so we'll take motion number, that is 26, 27, 28, 29. Yes, we'll take those in that order, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, the chairman of the committee, the majority leader, is unavoidably 24, 41. Okay. My likely leader is here. Chairman of the committee is here, so we are taking your.
Very well. So, honorable members, today appears to be the last day of the week. We've already spent almost more than 3 hours. So, with regards to the motion, if the ministers are here to if ministers are here, or if the institution is supposed to be led by the majority leader, the chairman or chairperson and the ranking. The chairperson will obviously be seconding and presenting the committee's report. The chairperson will not use more than 8 minutes. The ranking will not use more than 8 minutes. All the other members who will be commenting on any report will not use more than 5 minutes. I hope I'm making myself clear. No member will be allowed to speak more than 5 minutes by way of comment. The chairperson who will be presenting the committee's report will not be using more than 8 minutes. The ranking will not be using more than 8 minutes. Any other member will not be using more than 5 minutes. We want to regulate the time in such a way that we'll be able to do as many as we can. So on that note, let me invite the majority leader to.
Speaker, let me make this small correction. Motion number 26 ought to stand in the name of the chairman for the Committee on Economy. Inadvertently, we advertise it sitting in the name of the majority leader. So if we can make that correction.
Very well. So who is the chairman of the economy? Honorable Afo is not here, but the ranking is here.
Yes, because this often happens, so it's not a problem. We can, when we get to that item, we can make that up. The one who moved the motion can seek your leave and make that amendment. But actually, I don't know, are you starting from 24? Which item are you taking now? Or 26? Which one are you starting from? 14.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 924,349 Ghana cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move.
Honourable members, the motion listed 27, page 15, has been moved by the majority leader. Chairman of the committee. You are the vice chairman. But are you a member of the committee? Okay. Honorable Frank, let's allow him. Yes, so we can go on. But you have the report to present? Okay, let's. You can do so. Frank, I've allowed him. Don't worry.
Speaker, the chairman of the committee also doubles as the leader of the House. And so he's directed that he, being a member of the committee, yes. So as a member, is permitted under our rules to be able to present the report of the committee. Speaker, that's our prayer.
Well, I've already granted the leave, so.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion number 27 on page 15 of the order paper. And in doing so, I present your committee on independent constitutional bodies report, which requests this House to approve the sum of 907,924,349 cedis for the 2026 fiscal year for the audit service. Mr. Speaker, I would want the table office to capture the entire report as though it was read in its entirety. But having said that, may I call your attention to the very important function of the audit service, which function seeks to enhance transparency in our governance system and also promote accountability in the use of financial resources of this country. Mr. Speaker, among the many functions the audit service undertook in the year 2025, I reckon that we ought to applaud the audit service that in spite of the fact that they did not get the full allocation and release of their 2025 budget, they made very good use of what was given them and executed over 1,000 audit activities of our MDAs for this current year, 2025. Again, they were able to audit all 261 metropolitan, municipal, and district assemblies of our country. Of interest was also their quest to audit even our traditional authorities, and about 100 traditional councils were audited in the year. Mr. Speaker, for the current year, we acknowledge that their goods and services will be key for their execution of the many activities planned for the ensuing year. And I want to encourage the ministry to release enough funds for them to undertake their activities. But Mr. Speaker, let me take the House to the conclusion of your report. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee, having diligently and thoroughly examined the annual budget estimates of the audit service for the 2026 financial year, is satisfied that the proposed allocations are appropriate, justified, and necessary for supporting the full implementation of the services programs and for sustaining its operational effectiveness. Mr. Speaker, the committee underscores that timely and adequate financing of the audit service remains indispensable to strengthening public sector compliance, enhancing accountability mechanisms, and ensuring value for money in the utilization of public resources.
My brother,
I
jump to
therefore call
conclusion.
on this House to accordingly, the committee recommends to the House the adoption of this report and the approval of the sum of 907,924,349 Ghana cedis to enable the Ghana Audit Service to effectively execute its planned activities and deliver on its constitutional and statutory responsibilities during the 2026 financial year. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Yes. Honorable Kojo Ponkroma. Who? So he has seconded the motion, so it is now before the House for consideration. If there's nobody, then I'll put the question. All those in favor that motion listed 27 in today's order paper be adopted, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 27 in today's order paper is hereby carried. And that this honorable House has approved the sum of 907,924,349 Ghana cedis for the services of the audit service for the year ending 31st December 2026. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, if we can take motion number 28.
20?
28. That is the estimates for the Electoral Commission.
Very well.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 203,569,245 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second motion number 28, and in so doing, I present your Committee on Independent Constitutional Bodies report. May I invite the Hansard Office to capture the entire report as though it was read in its entirety. And in doing so, may I highlight a few of the issues that came up. We all know that in this country, the Electoral Commission plays a pivotal role in sustaining our democratic pathway, and so far, we would say they have done so well. For the 2025 allocations, Mr. Speaker, it's been clear that your committee, led by the Honorable Majority Leader, has supported the cause for the Commission to get the needed resources to operate and to function effectively. And in 2025, we noted that an allocation made in 2024, which was not released, impacted their performance negatively. But to the extent that your committee has supported their work, they got some releases with an outstanding amount of about 20.3 million Ghana cedis, of which currently they have received about 6 million. Mr. Speaker, we would want the Ministry of Finance to really look into the allocations of constitutional bodies. We want to ensure that for institutions that are a creation of the Constitution, their allocations must be of concern to all of us, so that the reason for which the Constitution established them will not be lost on us, Mr. Speaker. And so, for the outstanding amount of about 14 million against 2024, we are told that they've been embarrassed by Toyota Ghana for vehicles that they procured in 2024. For their rounds during the elections, we have not been able to pay for those vehicles for which Toyota Ghana has been on them. So we call on the Ministry of Finance to deal with this matter expeditiously. Mr. Speaker, for this year, the outlook for the Electoral Commission emphasizes their mandate, and we believe that if this House approves the requested amount, it will help them to execute their mandate. I call attention to their claim that there are few accounts that holds their money, and we are told that for parliamentary and presidential elections, the fees that we pay are escrowed into an account, and it is said that for parliamentary candidates who are able to secure about 12.5% of the votes, they qualify for refund of their fees. And for presidential...
Oh, okay. Mr. Speaker, so okay.
And so, Mr. Speaker, we want to encourage the ministry to make available those funds for the EC to be able to utilize under their internally generated funds. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee has carefully reviewed the Electoral Commission's 2026 budget estimates and is confident that the proposed policies and programs will effectively support the Commission in fulfilling its mandate. The committee recommends that the House adopts this report and approve the total allocation of 203,569,245 Ghana cedis to enable the Commission implement its planned programs and activities for 2026 fiscal year. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved and it has been seconded. It is now before the House for consideration. But before I will invite anybody for comment, the Right Honourable Speaker will assume the chair.
Oh, I like to ask for thank you.
Oh, I wanted to show you. Where is it? Here. This Electoral Commission.
Yes, honorable members. I've just been briefed that you are on item 28, that the motion has been moved and has been seconded for the consideration of the House. Yes, Majority Leader.
That is so, and I was on my feet when the Deputy Speaker announced that you were assuming the chair. Mr. Speaker, I was on my feet to commend and support the motion moved by myself and seconded by member for Tema East. Mr. Speaker, essentially he had given all the figures, but I just want to make one comment. He made a comment, but I just want to reinforce it. Mr. Speaker, if you watch over the years, we did not make provision for a special committee of Parliament to oversee the affairs of independent constitutional bodies. The Constitution has indicated that it intends that the independent constitutional bodies should be insulated from all manner of control. And, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the Electoral Commission, let me, for instance, read Article 46. It says, except as provided in this Constitution or in any other law not inconsistent with this Constitution, in the performance of its functions, the Electoral Commission shall not be subject to the direction or control of any person or authority. Mr. Speaker, we know that financial instruments, budgetary allocation, can be a very subtle medium of control. And this provision is similarly provided in relation to all the independent constitutional bodies, i.e. the National Media Commission, the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. And so, if we don't devise a mechanism for dealing with budgeting for these independent constitutional bodies, we may say that the Constitution insulates them from control, but the executive arm of government will use financial provisioning as a tool for control. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is my proposal as chairperson of that committee that this House must develop a mechanism for determining budgetary allocation to these institutions. So instead of the leadership of these institutions engaging directly with the Minister of Finance, where they are given ceilings by the Minister of Finance, and given their weaker political weight, they have difficulty pushing to get what they actually need to perform their constitutional roles. It is my view that going forward, this Parliament should be the institution that interfaces between these independent constitutional bodies and the Ministry of Finance in the determination of what should go to these independent constitutional bodies. At the time of designing our Constitution, the institutions that the framers expressly thought to insulate by way of protecting the processes of budgeting for them have been the Parliament itself and the judiciary, where there is a mechanism that sorts of protect the judiciary, for instance, in terms of determining their budget. But for the other independent constitutional bodies, even though the same mechanism of non-control which the Constitution provides in relation to the judiciary is also provided for in relation to these independent constitutional bodies, the Constitution did not go further to provide a mechanism for budgeting for them that actualizes the desire of the framers to have these bodies to be really independent and not subject to any form of control. And so, Mr. Speaker, whilst I support the motion and urge that we approve it, going forward, for all the independent constitutional bodies, we may want to make provisions in our standing orders that require that they bring their proposals to Parliament. We consider their proposals. And if we deem it fit that these independent constitutional bodies should be given those sums that they require to do their work, or why not, we should then make that presentation to the Minister of Finance for consideration and for them to capture it in the budget estimates that will be brought to Parliament. As it is now, they are invited to the Ministry of Finance, they are given a ceiling, and they can't negotiate their way out. And every year they come, they complain about inadequate provisioning. Even what has been approved, a lot of it is not released to them. And so increasingly, we find these pillars of democracy not functioning to the extent that we want them to function, and undermining our democracy. It's the same with SHRAJ, it's the same with Audit Service, it's the same with National Media Commission, and now we see new media, and we see the abuse of new media, and the National Media Commission is weak and therefore cannot protect the citizenry against the abuses that we see in the new media. It is all because of the weak budgetary allocation that they have suffered over the years. And so this House must find a mechanism to protect these independent constitutional body in the process of budgeting for them, and to ensure that we negotiate and get proper budgetary allocations for the independent constitutional body. I thought to draw attention to this. I think it's a constitutional, weakness, and in future, the Constitutional Review Commission should take it on board. But even as we are waiting for the outcome of the work of the Constitutional Review Commission, I think that as a parliament, we can provide for it in the standing orders of parliament, because the Constitution says that the mechanism by which the appropriation bill should be approved should be determined by us. And so we can put in our standing orders provisions that make special arrangement for the consideration of the budget of independent constitutional bodies, to actualize the desire of the Constitution that these bodies should indeed be insulated from all manner of executive control. On that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank the seconder of the motion and urge colleagues to approve the sum of 203,569,245 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2026. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You've agreed. Yes, Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion requesting for the amount as stated for the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, and also to associate myself with the sentiments expressed by the majority leader, and to say, Mr. Speaker, that budgeting and allocation of public funds, historically and contemporary, has been a major tool, Mr. Speaker, for a major tool of control. And Mr. Speaker, if I may stretch it even further, this House, Parliament itself, I should say, not only the independent constitutional bodies of our state or of our country are susceptible to the use of budgeting, Mr. Speaker, as a tool of control. Even Parliament and the budgeting process we have in our country, which means that literally all institutions and organs of state are subject to more or less the discretion of the Ministry of Finance and for that matter, the executive and government, Mr. Speaker, continues to be a major avenue and a major lever of control of institutions who are required to be independent and assertive. Mr. Speaker, in the Congress of the United States, the experts will say that their source of strength is because of their much more control of the budgeting process and their capacity and mandate pursuant, the Speaker, to the Budget Act of 1921, which gives them the mandate to literally determine the contours of budgeting and are able to increase or reduce whatever allocation the Treasury presents to the Congress. So it's important, and I think that we've also had a history in our country, I think sometime in 2004, when issues of even procurement by the Electoral Commission became a subject matter of intense public discussion vis-a-vis whether or not the executive's attempt to interfere in the procurement processes of the Electoral Commission will constitute a compromise of the independence of the Electoral Commission as enshrined in the Constitution of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's as well that this amount is being allocated to the Electoral Commission, and I see that that is an increment of the allocation given to the Electoral Commission for the, compared to the 2020-25 allocation. The allocation for 2026 is over and above that of 2025. But that said, the point the majority there is made is one that I believe the House should pay particular attention to, but not only in respect of independent constitutional bodies, but the general budgeting framework of our country, even as it relates to a very important arm of government such as the legislature, parliament, and ensure that we have a system which makes these bodies which are to be independent, truly independent, as it relates to the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, with this, I support the motion for the request of the said amount for the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
May I be guided by leadership as to the agreement on contributions by members? Is it 1122? No agreement. Okay, so I'll handle them. Yes, Prof.
Yes, Speaker. I thank you for the further space given me in contributing to motion number 28. Mr. Speaker, I partly share the frustration of the leader of the House regarding the allocations given to the independent congressional bodies. I used to be on the Special Budget Committee, and I know the challenges. Mr. Speaker, I think that we need to tread cautiously, because if the challenge in terms of the inadequacy of the budgetary allocations to the independent congressional bodies is distinct from what is given to the ministries, departments, and agencies, then I'll be worried. What I've seen over the years is that the budgetary allocations are not even fully provided by the Finance Ministry. So what we should be doing is to ensure that the Finance Ministry, seeing the critical and crucial and relevant roles these institutions play, must ensure that they are giving adequacy of resources for them to embark upon their work more effectively and efficiently. On that score, I also saw on the report, item number E, outstanding commitment, that EC was owing Toyota Ghana a sum of over 10 million cedis. And due to that, 2 of their vehicles were repossessed by the company. And I see this to be a worrying signal. And I want to urge the Finance Ministry that some of these commitments that are obligatory must be honored. Otherwise, it puts some form of a dent on the reputation of this country. So I will want to agree with Honorable Member from Tema is that, as a matter of urgency, this money must be provided so that the vehicles can be gotten back for the EC to beef up the work that they do. On that score, Mr. Speaker, I also want to support the motion that the sum of 203,569,245 Ghana cedis be appropriated for the Electoral Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me.
Honorable members, I think this is an important issue that has been raised. I listened to the debate earlier in the day, and this issue came up many times, and I think that is important because we are doing a constitutional review for us to emphasize the point that has been made by the majority leader. It's because of that, if you go through our standing orders, we have provided for a budget committee. And when you go to Order 235, you see clause 1 says the budget committee comprises a chairperson, a ranking member, a vice chairperson, a deputy ranking member, and not more than 13 other members. And 2 says the budget committee shall collaborate with the ministry responsible for finance and the office of the president in the initiation, formulation, and implementation of the national budget. And 3 says the budget committee shall A, consider and report to the House on Roman 1, the medium-term expenditure framework and the broad medium-term policy target. Roman 2, an appropriation bill laid before Parliament. Roman 3, a report laid in respect of budget reporting or expenditure in advance of appropriation. And B, consider the annual budget and determine whether the annual budget gives effect to Chapter 6 of the Constitution. I know what Chapter 6 deals with, the directive principles of state policy. Then C, analyze and report to the House the impact of tax waivers on the economy. And D, perform any other function assigned by Parliament. Finance, public financial management, economics, or any other related discipline to support memoranda, to submit memoranda, or provide any other assistance that the committee may require in the performance of the assigned functions. And so you have this main committee, the budget committee, when it comes to matters concerning the budget. It's true that we need to clarify some of the orders as stated by the majority leader. Even when you are looking at the standing orders on committee or independent constitutional bodies, they are a bit general in nature. They should be more specific. But this is a beginning worth carrying forward and signaling to the Constitutional Reforms Committee that this is the position. In fact, I just drew the attention of the table's office to the fact that what we're doing now is to adopt the reports of the committees. If you approve the reports now, then the appropriation bill will just capture what you have approved. So second reading will be onerous because there will be no need for you to start debating the policies and principles again of what you have approved generally in the House. And so what we're doing now is to move motions to adopt the reports of the committee. When they are now captured in the appropriation bill, it will come before the House where you now debate and approve what has been captured there as the various items to be approved for the utilization of the various MMDAs, the constitutional bodies, and Parliament and the judiciary. But between adoption of the report, at least you should have given some idea to the executive if there is a need for reconsideration and for the elimination of some items from the budget. That could be done before they are captured in the appropriation bill for the consideration of the House. I think we should start doing it this way until we get the new constitution, which will properly capture the sense of the House. And so I told the clerks at table that the motions should have been differently worded. That what you're doing now is adopting the reports of the committees. I have serious problems with them. I have raised issues with the Minister of Finance and His Excellency the President that we will need to realign some of these amounts to the priority areas that will even allow the President to lead the reset that he mentioned. The way things are going now, I don't think that can lead us to reset, because the agencies that anchor the programs, national programs, if not well resourced, you will not be able to change the existing framework, to start with the legal framework. Parliament has to do a lot to change many of the laws that we have. If not, we'll be caught by the existing law. And even though you have good intentions, legally, they will not be applicable. And until you amend the laws, you cannot implement the good ideas that you have. And so it means that Parliament has to work a lot. But what has been provided there for Parliament is woefully inadequate. The same for the audit service. The audit service, I just heard before I came in, the House adopting and approving it. You realize in the budget there is a provision to establish an audit value for money audit department. And there's a bill coming for us to do that. All that was being done by the audit service. And so if that is being done by the audit service, and you now think that there's a need to establish a specialized unit, they are all doing the same thing. That is auditing. One may be doing performance audit, one will be doing management audit, there is doing value for money audit, and you have various types. But what is provided for the audit service now is so inadequate that they will not be able to do the work we are doing, particularly as we have gone down to the district assemblies level and realize that your committees are being asked to now do audit work. And the local government and rural development committee, for example, started sitting like a public accounts committee. And so you need a lot of resources to be able to do this. We cannot continue to be budgeting the way we used to do. And so this is a very important matter that we should carry on board and make sure that we support the executive to realign the projections and the provisions they have made before this House. If not, please, let's forget about real democracy or true democracy, and we should stop deceiving ourselves. Please. There are some agencies, I think, in fact, this morning I heard you people talking about one of them, that is the OSP. And if you recall, during the deliberation on the OSP, a number of us stated on the floor of this House that there's no constitutional basis. But we wanted to signal to the world that we are going to fight corruption. At the end of the day, we have seen the results. And we cannot continue to allocate that huge sums to the same office when we are not getting the results. This is one of the agencies we should be looking at. It's getting almost the same amount like the Attorney General's Department. Please, let's face the bull by the horns and make sure that the right thing is done. And so I agree with the majority leader, and as we go through this, the Minister for Finance, I hope his representative is here. His deputy used to be around. Yes, the deputy, oh, after the deputy, I always see him. It's the minister who comes in from time to time, but the deputy is always around. I think majority leader will take note of it and apprise them of the discussions. And I'm happy that the House agreed that there will be some other committee of the whole or closed sitting to look at some of these major things. It's very, very important that as a House, we cannot continue to be failing the good people of Ghana. If we do our work well, we'll be able to curb corruption. We'll be able to hold the executive to account for its stewardship, not only in terms of money, but in terms of the trust that the people repose in leadership. It's very, very important. In the meantime, we may have to change the wordings of our motions that we can do in-house, and then we adopt the reports. And when it comes to the appropriation bill, then you have the opportunity to debate the policies and principles and then come out with the approvals of the estimates. With this, I put the question. And the question is that those in favor of motion item 28, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We now move to item 29. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, even before we take the motion, in your remarks, you raised the issue of the Office of Special Prosecutor and some discussions that took place earlier in this House. Mr. Speaker, I think that this House, as a body, needs to take some firm decision on the issue of the institution of the Office of Special Prosecutor and make sure that we take advantage and realign our Constitution properly. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the office arrested and detained a legal practitioner by the name Mr. Martin Kwebu. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that that practitioner had publicly criticized the manner in which the special prosecutor was going about performing his functions. He was invited, and I'm told that at the entrance to the office of the special prosecutor, he sought to address the media, which was objected to by the security detail at the office. And I think there was some altercation between him and the security responsible for the building that houses the special prosecutor. Subsequently, it was ordered that he should be detained. It took the intervention of most Ghanaians on social media and people calling the special prosecutor and demanding that
he should release the legal practitioner. Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader, the difficulty the House has is that this was extensively deliberated upon, led by your Majority Chief Whip. And so it will be like we are repeating what was said. For emphasis, you want it for emphasis? Well, if that's the sense of the House, I will grant him the opportunity, because I have a few things to say about this matter. But Majority Leader, they say for emphasis, you could go on. Yes.
Speaker, I support the Majority Leader fully in recanvassing the issues. And Speaker, he should do that with all the diligence, and we support him. Please proceed.
Honorable members, this matter is so endemic that it doesn't deal with any regime. Let's all be honest. It cuts across all the regimes and even goes beyond the constitutional bodies or even the OSP to a culture even in the Ghana Police Service, the military, in fact, the security agencies. They think that when somebody is invited, the person is arrested. And the law is very clear on this matter. So please, don't let's bring partisanship into it. Let's look at it as we have all experienced it over the years and try to prescribe the way forward. So, Majority Leader, you may go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so the lawyer Martin Kwebu was subsequently released last night, but it raises fundamental issues about the very existence of that office. Mr. Speaker, I recall vividly in this chamber when the proposal to establish the Office of Special Prosecutor was presented. I opposed it. I opposed it. The Hansard will bear me out, because I took a position that it is unconstitutional to strip the Attorney General of the power to be responsible for the prosecution of criminal cases. Even though there was a contrivance to struggle to appear to be aligning with the language of the Constitution by nuancing the processes for the appointment of the special prosecutor, and to say that the actual special prosecutor is being nominated by the Attorney General for approval by the Parliament. So in that sense, the exercise of the prosecutorial powers is being done by the OSP with the authorization of the Attorney General. It still doesn't make sense. The fact that we had to struggle and nuance the whole process clearly betrays the fact that we knew we were doing something that didn't sit well with our constitutional architecture. Mr. Speaker, the office has been in existence for how many years now? Close to 8 years. Tell me what is really the achievement of that office. What has been the achievement of that office? I cannot see my way clear in terms of the achievement of that office. I have consistently held the position that fighting corruption is not about littering the place with institutions. It is the political commitment of those who lead that fights corruption, not the designations of institutions that have been established. I believe that it is high time that this Parliament reconsiders its decision to approve the establishment of the Office of Special Prosecutor. I think that we should abolish it. I honestly think we should abolish it because we've experimented it and we cannot see any achievement. Major cases of clear corruption. Up to date, the office has not been able to do anything. So it cannot do anything. If the institution of Attorney General that we establish in our Constitution is adequately resourced and protected by Parliament and held accountable by Parliament, I believe that that office will equally deliver. No ministry, no office is established. If you look at the cabinet, no office is expressly established by this Constitution apart from the Attorney General and Minister for Justice. It is the only one that is actually a constitutional entity. And so it is an entity that this Parliament should ensure that it is resourced and protected so that it stands above ordinary ministries and can ensure that criminality is dealt with in this country. Look at the budgeting. If we agree that a prosecutor fighting corruption needs to be resourced, why have we not been resourcing the Attorney General? Why do we establish an entity out of the functions of the Attorney General and resource them more than the Attorney General? And even after doing that, it is still not delivering. So, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I'm told, I didn't see it, but I'm told, that your predecessor, the Right Honorable Michael Quay, who spoke here on TV3, indeed recommended that this House should abolish it, that we should use a private member's bill to abolish it. Mr. Speaker, let me sound a warning that abolishing it will not let off the hook, those who we are considering prosecuting for violations of the law when it comes to corruption. I can assure you that abolishing the Office of Special Prosecutor will not let off anybody that is found culpable or who has violated any of the laws of this Ghana when it comes to financial accountability. Zacchaeus will not be let off the hook. I can assure you. So people should not see the call for the abolition of the Office of Special Prosecutor as an indication that those who are going to be held accountable will be let off the hook. Indeed, I will ensure that the process is even expedited. But I am strongly of the conviction that the Office of Special Prosecutor should be abolished. Whether we are going to do it through a private member's bill, as advised by Michael Quay, or that we will call on the executive to expedite a bill that we will consider and approve to abolish it, that is for us as a House to decide. But I think that it is high time we realize that that constitutional experiment is futile. To say that because the Attorney General is appointed by the President and is a member of a political party, that he will not be functional or effective in fighting corruption. The OSP, is he coming from space? Who is nominating him? The same political process is going to generate the occupant of the Office of Special Prosecutor. So he will not be freed of that political pressure. If we want to be serious about fighting corruption, let's do it. Political leadership at the highest level must lead. This government has been in office for about 11 months now. Mr. Speaker, we haven't reported a single scandal. And we haven't reported a single scandal because of the political commitment to ensure accountability. And we are available Show me any scandal and we will take the person on. Mr. Speaker, political corruption is a function of political leadership. If political leadership is determined not to be corrupt, they will not be corrupt. And when they are corrupt, they will hold each other accountable. It's not about creating fanciful institutions and giving them fanciful names. We have seen it. And big budgets with all sorts of perks. We've seen it. It's lived out and it's not working. Let's go back to what the Constitution has ordained. The money that we are giving to the Office of Special Prosecutor, let's resource the Attorney General's office. And I'm sure that this particular Attorney General will produce the kind of results that we expect of him. As it is now, there is some confusion in the system. Which corruption cases should the OSP, handle? Which one should the Attorney General handle? Which corruption cases should the YOCO investigate and which one should the OSP investigate? When there's a corruption case and one runs and then places its hands on it, then the other is clearly, disabled from dealing with it. Even if the one that has rushed first to take it is obviously not politically committed to fighting it. So there's clear confusion. Institutions obstructing each other. Powers blocking each other. So I think that we should use this opportunity to streamline it. Let one person lead the fight against corruption as stipulated by this Constitution. And that is the Attorney General, and that is the Minister for Justice, and that is what is provided for in our Constitution. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, this is a very important matter, but before we continue, let me acknowledge the presence of some distinguished guests, our colleagues and brothers, and sisters from the Parliament of Liberia. We have 4 of them, led by Honorable Professor Thomas Romeo. The last name is Kuya. He's the head of the delegation and is the chairman of the election and inauguration committee. Yes, please, you are most welcome. We also have Honorable Ellen Ato Ray, who is the chairperson for the Women Legislative Caucus of Liberia. We have the Councillor at Law, Ramses T. Kubuya. He is a rep of the Law Reform Commission of Liberia. And then the Councillor at Law, Ernestine Morgan, the representative from the National Electoral Commission. On behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, I warmly welcome you to your own country, the Republic of Ghana, and I wish you all the best. Take time not only to learn, but also to feel the pulse of the life of Ghana. I was there not long ago when you had those crises, and I'm sure my good friend, the speaker now, is managing, even though it's a difficult situation. A lot of our members visit you almost every weekend. And some of them say that Liberia is their second home. So please, you are warmly welcome. Yes, let me listen to Honorable Abu Jinapo on this matter before I come to the Minister for Local Government.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity, as you've rightly pointed out, to contribute to this very important subject. So, Speaker, first of all, I think it's absolutely important that we point out that the intendment and the motivation behind the Akufo-Addo government effort and decision to create this office was a noble one. So, Speaker, I was Deputy Chief of Staff at the time this office was created, and I was very much involved in the deliberations and discussions leading up to the establishment of the office. And the general intent, Mr. Speaker, was really, as is captured by Hansard, was to ensure that we had a dedicated office which was focused on fighting corruption, unraveling corruption, investigating corruption, and punishing corruption. Mr. Speaker, you will agree that in some jurisdictions, particularly in the American jurisdiction, the concept of special prosecutor is very common. And then in Africa, you have South Africa. Mr. Speaker, yes, I take the point the majority there is made, and also to say that the legal question, in my view, Mr. Speaker, is not absolutely settled. Because if you look at Article 88 of our national constitution, Mr. Speaker, particularly Article 88.4, where all prosecutorial powers, criminal prosecutorial powers, are vested in the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, today in our country, police prosecutors conduct criminal prosecutions. IOCO conduct criminal prosecutions. Yes, several institutions, SNIT and others, conduct criminal prosecutions. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, the question which arises is whether or not the Office of the Special Prosecutor is exercising delegated prosecutorial powers. Mr. Speaker, the answer to that, I think, is still at large, and I'll leave it at that. But in any event, Mr. Speaker, it is this Parliament that enacted a law to establish the Office of Special Prosecutor. That said, and by that I say that I do not have today conclusive answers to the legal questions. They were deliberated upon. They may not have been grounded. They may have been grounded. But the intention and the intent of President Akufo-Addo and his government is one that I believe we should celebrate, which is that he intended to set up an office dedicated to fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, today, the question, has the Office of Special Prosecutor 8 or 9 years down the road achieved results? Or, Mr. Speaker, do they have any significant achievements when it comes to the fight against corruption? Those are matters before this House. Those are matters before the country. Those are matters that I believe the jury is out there. Has it been a successful office? Has it not? Mr. Speaker, the question is still at large, and we all have a take on it. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the leader of government business, the leader of this House, the majority leader, has had cause to rise up in this House to indicate that the Office of Special Prosecutor is not an office which is fit for purpose. Mr. Speaker, he's even gone a step further. He's gone to the extent of indicating that the Office of Special Prosecutor is an unconstitutional body. It's an unconstitutional office. That's exactly the point the majority leader is making. That the existence of the Office of Special Prosecutor is at variance with the provisions of our national constitution. Mr. Speaker, 1 year down the road, they build an office. They have a super majority. What are they telling us? What are they telling us? Mr. Speaker, this country, with the greatest respect, is sick and tired of talk. Talk. The leader of government business is not just the majority leader. He's a leader of government business. He's a leader of this House. He sits in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, he has indicated that when the bill was tabled before this House, he, as member of Parliament, member of the 8th Parliament, Mr. Speaker, he said he opposed the establishment of the Office of Special Prosecutor. And he indicates that his party, the NDC, opposed the establishment of the Office of Special Prosecutor. I have just indicated the policy rationale or the policy motivation for the establishment of that office by the Akufo-Addo government. Mr. Speaker, you yourself, you've indicated that you were also opposed to it. Mr. Speaker, today, the political party that opposed the establishment of the office, the member of that political party who opposed it in the 8th Parliament, today majority leader, leader of government business, in the wisdom of the Ghanaian people, they have given them a super majority. Super majority. They have majority in this House. They have a super majority. Why? What's happening? What's happening in our country, Mr. Speaker? You just made that point about allocation. And you made a point about reset and the fact that we may struggle with the reset. Too much talking. The country needs action. If you believe the Office of Special Prosecutor is not fit for purpose, you have the majority, you call us micro-minority, we are mighty minority indeed. Repeal it. What are you waiting for? 1 year down the road, we are still being given sermons and being given lectures and being told that this office is unconstitutional. Mr. Speaker, because with the greatest of respect, one of their own was touched. Because one of their own was touched. And Mr. Speaker, you just made that point not too long ago, that we should be careful when we enact laws and when we apply the laws. Mr. Speaker, because when you're on the right-hand side of the speaker, and certain actions are being taken, Mr. Speaker, many a times we just tend to think that it will not affect us. Mr. Speaker, needless to point out that the history is here. The history is there for us to appreciate that the law on causing financial loss to the state, Mr. Speaker, is only caught up with people or persons from the side which passed the law, which is why the point the Speaker made is a very important point. The law, when it's respected and when it's applied fairly, works for all of us, regardless of where you find yourself. Of course, lawyer Martin Kpebu is somebody I know very well. And indeed, yesterday, Mr. Speaker, when I heard the news that he had been arrested by the Office of Special Prosecutor, I even attempted to reach out to him. But it should never be the case, Mr. Speaker, that when Wontumi is arrested and put behind bars and told to bring bail conditions of 100 million Ghana cedis, and he stays in prison for 1 month, 2 months, Mr. Speaker, when we all know too well that basic teaching of law, criminal law, tells you that bail should never be used as a form or a means of punishment. That one, it is okay. Mr. Speaker, when Osei is still in custody today because he's been subjected to onerous and reasonable bail conditions which he cannot meet, Mr. Speaker, he's been told to satisfy a bail condition of 650 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, that one is fine. When bail should not be used as a tool of punishment. We didn't hear the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, when several other people, look, Mr. Speaker, we have seen it in this country several times. Government changes, and then some of these measures are put in place. Political opponents are put behind bars. When Paul Adumochi was arrested by the OSP, the Office of Special Prosecutor, because allegedly Paul Adumochi had been critical of the office, when he was arrested and put behind bars, Mr. Speaker, and some of us raised our voices, the majority leader's voice and the majority side was mute. Because today, it is lawyer Martin Kpebu. Mr. Speaker, when the law is applied unfairly against Wontumi, it is bad. When it's applied unfairly against Osei, it is bad. When it's applied against Paul Adumochi, it is bad. When it is applied against Martin Kpebu, Mr. Speaker, it is indeed bad. We make laws and make good laws to the best of our ability for all of us, and we respect the law for all of us. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by indicating that what happened yesterday is a wake-up call to all of us. That when the law is applied unfairly against a citizen, it doesn't matter whether he's from the north or the south. Mr. Speaker, it doesn't matter whether he's an NDC member or an MPP member. Let us insist, that is our only safeguard, that if the Honorable Mama Yarga is suspected to have committed an offense, he should be taken through proper due process. His rights should be respected. If it is Abu Jinapo, I should be taken through due process. My rights should be respected. Mr. Speaker, that is the only way we can build a civilized, prosperous nation. That's the only way. It should not be the case that the Office of Special Prosecutor suddenly should be scrapped because Martin Kwebu is being taken through a raw deal. No. And I conclude, Mr. Speaker, with this quote. With this quote by Martin Niola. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, he said of Nazi Germany, first they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out. They came for the unionists, and I did not speak out. They came for the Jews, and I did not speak out. And when they came for me, there was no one to speak out for me. Mr. Speaker, I end the quote. I thank the majority leader for the sentiments he's expressed. And Mr. Speaker, I thank you too for the opportunity you've given. And I thank you also for the sentiments you've expressed. Mr. Speaker, today, the 4th of December, the super majority join us, we, the advocates of rule of law, the bastions of rule of law, the originators of rule of law, the promoters of rule of law, the doyens of rule of law. Shake off your revolutionary tendencies a bit. Shake it off and join us, Mr. Speaker, to let the rule of law prevail. When it prevails for Honorable Mahama Yaraga, it prevails for Abu Jinapo, it prevails for all of us, all the people of Ghana. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, please, as leaders of the country, if we don't change our attitude, we will never achieve anything. That is the biggest problem. I don't think there's moral authority in this House to pontificate on this matter. Please, let's all start afresh. Let's all start afresh. I'm surprised you are not Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo. I was expecting you to quote traditional wisdom, not from Germany. Because we have it here too. In our traditional norms and wise saying, we use 3 kettle. You are aware that used to fight the lion. And the lion was able to go in between them and said, it's the red cow. It's telling you the black cow. That is because of its strength that they overpower the lion. You know about that. You are not quoting that. You are quoting Germany because of the formal education. That has changed all of you from being Ghanaian. You are talking about the rule of law. It started long before colonial rule. And you are quoting later day saints. That's the challenge we have. But I don't want any family listening here. So I'll give it to the minister. I'll give it to the minister. That is why I say family. I don't want that fatherly respect here. I'll allow the Minister for Local Government. We just finished listening to Honorable Samuel Abu Jinapo.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker, before I proceed to make some few comments, let me thank the Honorable Mahama Yariga, the majority leader of this House, for his consistent and principled position. Honorable Speaker, I'm saying this because not only him, and I believe my brother Abu Jinapo is young in this House and was not here when we were passing the Special Prosecutor's Law. He was not a member of Parliament, and that was in the 7th Parliament. At that time, he was the Deputy Chief of Staff. So he was not present to listen to the critical issues and the superior argument that was made by the then 106 minority member in this House. Right, Honorable Speaker, your good self. the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, who was the then minority leader, the Honorable Mahama Ayariga, who was the then chairman of the subsidiary committee of this house, before he became the chairman of the Constitutional and Legal Committee, ranking. Right Honorable Speaker, your good self. We made extensive, superior debate that you did not need the special prosecutor before you can fight corruption. And Right Honorable Speaker, the records are there between we and them, and the modus operandi are there. In 2015, when Ghana achieved 48 out of 100, we didn't have special prosecutor. It was by President Mahama. In 2014, when Ghana achieved 47, we didn't have a special prosecutor. It was under President Mahama in fighting corruption. The Transparency International Corruption Perception Index records are clear, and the difference between we and you is clear. Without a special prosecutor, Right Honorable Speaker, your good self, in 2017, when we were 106 and they were 169, the supermajority did not begin today. They were 169. The distinguished emeritus Professor Makokwe, seated in this chair, he supervised it. And I know, if for nothing at all, speakers of parliament are independent. Even to unseat them, you need 3/4. It's the most difficult thing to do. So nobody tied his hands. He had 169 members. We were here. We raised every argument. You even started from independent prosecutor. Before you were whitewashing it, before you arrived at the special prosecutor, the Hansard is there to bail us out. We said everything. We said everything. Oh. Right on. You see? Right Honorable Speaker. You see? Clearly. Oh. I've said that the difference in fighting corruption between we and you is clear. And Right Honorable Speaker, you remember, you said it, that the special prosecutor, as a second deputy speaker then, Mr. Speaker, your good self, you made a superior argument there, here, that the special prosecutor was not coming to serve any good purpose. I still remember. The Honorable Mahama Ayariga made similar argument. We were perceived as if we did not want the special prosecutor and we did not want to fight corruption. We said, do it and let us see. How many of your colleagues are there?
Where's the finance minister?
Let's put that one aside. Mr. Speaker, even your presence in the chair and your opening of parliament to fight corruption alone was able to help fight corruption more than even the special prosecutor. If parliament would do its work well, when they had the 169, we were just here. Every law that came, every opposition we staged, they will tell you, put the question. They had the numbers. That is what you did. But Mr. Speaker,
So why are you crying?
under your leadership,
So why are you crying?
this good parliament in the 8th parliament,
Is there corruption?
you reduce parliament to fighting corruption and making sure that the few eroded democratic dividend that was eroding, you restored it. And that is how this parliament became the most open parliament in Africa. Was that by the special prosecutor? No. So, Mr. Speaker, we were just here. Is Professor Okwe telling us today that when we were passing the special prosecutor law, he didn't know what we were doing? He knew. So yesterday, I also listened to him when he was saying that we did not need that one, that he opened a private member's bill. So we could come by private member's bill to trash it out. Mr. Speaker, I will even go for that. But before I get there, President Mahama will not come and say that he's bringing a law to take special prosecutor away. You have just started saying that We don't want to fight it. This House, the Speaker, can come with a private member's bill and trash it out. That is the window open to all of us. But Mr. Speaker, from January to date, using Parliament and getting a strong political will from His Excellency the President, how many political scandals have you gotten? Zero. How many corruption cases have we received? How many corruption scandals have we seen under President Mahama from January to date? You don't need special prosecutor to fight corruption. All you need is to get an open speaker seated in this chair, opening Parliament to investigate every case. Mr. Speaker, that's what you stood for. And that's why we are achieving this. Mr. Speaker, I'm a cabinet minister. President Mahama has told all the cabinet ministers, and including all his ministers, like, look, as for me, I'm here. Anybody who go and commit any scandal, I'll fire you. That alone has put a scare on all of us. Everybody is ruling with diligence. Everybody is ruling with critical, ethical governance principle. And he himself, the Speaker, he himself, he said, listen. The Speaker, he himself, he's always concerned about the future and this country. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't need a special prosecutor. When Mama Yarga criticized the establishment of that office, he was the first victim. You don't have to personalize that office, using state office to chase your critics. Mama Yarga criticized the establishment of special prosecutor's office, and he was the first victim there. He took in for buying ambulance for his place. He was taken for so many times before a successor special prosecutor came and said there was no, that it was not a case, merit of casing, and he won it. That's because, so why did you put him through all those ordeals when he did not do anything wrong? Because he criticized the establishment of that office. The same way, lawyer Martin Kwebu also criticized the current one, and he is running after him with the whole special prosecutor's office. Mr. Speaker, if even as I stand here, talking now, Mr. Speaker, is it that we cannot criticize state offices? And should we use state offices to pursue our political or our personal opponents who criticizes us? That's how many times have you been criticized? Even the longest serving legislator in this country. But you've opened up. With your experience, Mr. Speaker, Parliament can help fight corruption. Parliamentary committees, Mr. Speaker, local government committees sit in open, public accounts sit in the open, most parliament committees sit in the open. That alone can help fight corruption. What you need is having a strong ethical leader like President Mahama. With strong corruption fight records, endorsed by the Transparency International as the most fighter of corruption in Ghana than any president. And Mr. Speaker, with Africa endorsing you as the most open parliament and the most open speaker, even with 188 or 89 MPs, with super majority, what can you use these numbers for? But you are still protecting divergent views and the consent of the minority to safeguard democracy. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is blessed in having you. Mr. Speaker, we are blessed in having you. And with you in the chair, I was always worried, seated here, when Parliament was only interested in passing laws. Mr. Speaker, you changed the jail. You have changed everything. Parliament was just passing laws. And even in passing the laws,
some could go to the Supreme Court and could be trashed. And today the Speaker himself is saying that some of the laws are not even needful. Then what were we doing when you had 169? What were we doing? Mr. Speaker, I can foresee if this 189 was under some regime, miracles would have happened. But thank God it is you. And it is President Mama in the chair. On that note, my brother Abu Dinapo is not there. On that note, Mr. Speaker, with the special prosecutor, the highest mark of President Akufo-Addo in fighting corruption was 43 over 100. Corruption perception index is 43 over 100. Mr. Speaker, he will go to 40, 43, 40, 43, 40, 43. He couldn't pass 43. Mr. Speaker, the worst performance of President Mahama in fighting corruption was 43. The highest was 48. The medium was 47. Our worst performance in fighting corruption was your highest mark. Yes. Between we and you. The records are clear. That is the records. What you could say was that, oh, we have given this budget to the special prosecutor. We have given this budget to the Attorney General. We have given this budget. We've given more money to the corruption fighting institutions. And what was your record? What was your record? So, Mr. Speaker, on that note, I go by the proposal for the scrapping of the Special Prosecutor's Office and resourcing the Attorney General and Minister for Justice Office. That is what we use and have the highest mark in fighting corruption. You don't create bureaucracies and think that you are fighting corruption. You don't create bureaucracies and think you are fighting corruption. Mr. Speaker, on that note, my colleagues on the other side, I have now seen clearly that in the corruption debate, in fighting corruption, we are far better than them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Honorable members, I think the message from the House is clear. And we are happy that we have senior members outside the House, former speakers, supporting this message. And so we'll proceed not to direct you, but to urge you on to do what is proper. If we all agree that it is serving no purpose, we know what to do as a House. And so we'll do that. Secondly, I'm grateful to the House, very grateful to the House, because a delegation which is being led by His Excellency to a conference in Qatar is called upon to sponsor a motion for the whole world to take a position on fighting corruption. His Excellency will be there before we get there. And after him, I may be leading the delegation at the conference. And we want to put this position of Ghana across to the whole world as to the best way to fight corruption. And so I'm happy that the House is giving us this signal. And I'll call upon my delegation to take copies of the Hansard as we move along to the conference next week. And so we are grateful to you, and we'll carry this message along. And this time around, the Constitutional Reforms Committee, led by Professor Prempe, will do the proper thing to make sure that we capture all these concerns and we get a better constitution, a more improved constitution than what we have implemented so far. The Constitution 1992 has done well. It has stabilized our democracy. It has taken us this far, but there is an urgent need to sharpen some of the tools to restructure it for us to deliver what we all want. And so I thank you, and please, we have some very serious business to transact. I'm prepared to be here for some time. Minority Chief, I'm sorry, I want to curtail the discussion on this matter because I've given enough space to both sides to articulate their views. And since there's consensus on it, I don't want us to go back to it again. Yes, please.
I don't intend to take you back. I recall when we met at conclave, the leader of the House had nudged us that is a subject matter he wanted to raise, I think under Order 93. And in his absence, the same matter was raised by, and Speaker, because of your earlier direction, I don't intend to defy you at all. The Chief Whip, if the House will bear me out, raised same matter back and forth. There was a bit of an argument. I thought that we should do a proper thing. From where I said, it appears to me that it's just on the spur of the moment argument. If we could prepare and do a proper argument to this matter, otherwise it appears that we are rushing the matter. Because it is not with any disrespect to you. So probably we should engage more and come properly and have a proper debate on this subject matter. Then we can deal with it properly. That's all, Speaker, I felt I should say. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much. We just need direction, and that is the direction I was given. So what you're talking about, the need for preparation will definitely be done so that we have enough legal basis and moral authority to refine the existing legislation and even the practice and procedures of the House. So we did talk about all that. We will not just on the spur of the moment do a knee-jerk reaction, and mess up the situation. So please, let's continue with the business. We got to item 27. That was adopted. Now we're moving to, in fact, we even adopted item 28. We're now moving to item 29, where my attention was drawn that there are some other businesses they wanted to look at. So yes, Majority Chief.
Item number 29, we want to pray you to move to order paper addendum so we can take motion number 1. Mr. Speaker, humbly. Yes.
Honorable members, I thought I did say that at this moment, what we were doing was to adopting the reports of the committee. Yes, I'm just referring to the wordings of the motions that you have on the paper. I told the clerk at the table to look at it so that we will do the approvals when we are debating the appropriation bill. I thought that was the position. Do we agree to that? So that when they are moving the motion, they just amend it to adopt the report of the committee. Yes, so minority front bench, they want us to take the order paper addendum motion numbered 1.
Speaker, we are aligned. We are aligned.
So we may start with that motion 1, and that is the Minister for Education.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House adopts the report of the committee and approve the sum of 39,233,795,022 for the services of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to highlight that Ghana's educational system needs a reset, and a reset by way of investment in structures and in standards from kindergarten through primary school, through secondary education to higher education. Mr. Speaker, of this amount, a chunk of it is dedicated to compensation because rightly and justifiably so, the Ghana Education Service has the largest workforce in Ghana. But Mr. Speaker, government is determined to reset basic education and to increase investment in foundational learning. We currently are reviewing curriculum at that level to incorporate the teaching of ethics, and more importantly, even this morning, the President launched a STEM initiative where we are emphasizing investment on science, mathematics, and engineering education to support young people to develop critical minds and also be ready for problem solving. Mr. Speaker, Parliament is approving this budget at a time that the country is going through a very worrying development, with a significant number of Ghanaian students not faring well or not doing well in the West African certificate examination. Mr. Speaker, on this matter, I have requested for the examiner's report for a thorough study and analysis, and as and when it's appropriate, I'll come and brief this House as to what account for those. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the House approve 392337950022 for the services of the Ministry of Education. I beg to move.
Honorable members, we are dealing with our rules of procedure. I realize that what I introduced is accepted, but the wording is not yet refined. And so in such a situation where we are adopting the report of the committee, it has to be moved by the chair of the committee, and then the minister will come in. Because it wasn't put on the order paper, the minister has moved it, and it says, if I may read it to your hearing, that this Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Education on the allocation of the sum, and then the sum is captured on the order paper, for the services of the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2026. And so you insert after Honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Education on the allocation of, then you continue, the sum of so and so. That will be the motion, and that is how all the rest will have to be recouched. And the chairman of the committees or a member by our rules could do so on behalf of the chairman, and then the ministers will then come in and also contribute like other members. Yes, Minority Chief.
We are grateful for your guidance. I think then consequentially it must apply, because I recall all the earlier actions we've taken. It has variance with your
So I'll give the directive.
Yes. Yes.
After we have adopted this, then I will direct that it should have a consequential effect on all the motions that have been adopted by the House, so that we can have space to properly debate the appropriation bill, because you recall that it was a statement, and what you did, we said you were making comments. So you actually did not get time to debate, even though there was much difficulty between the comments and the debate. You know, we had a challenge with that. But in essence, what we said was that it was a statement and you were making comments. But you have to debate the policies and principles of the budget. And there are new policies that have been introduced, which have to be debated and approved by the House. And they are the executives who now go to implement what has been approved by the House. And so that is the way to go. But in the meantime, the Minister for Education has moved it. We'll adopt that, and then consequentially, the others will be moved by the chairman of the committee. So the chairman could now present the report, and we will allow members to contribute. Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to present the report of your committee, the Committee on Education, on the 2026 annual estimates of the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, before I read or present the report, I want to make a few corrections in the report. Page 3, item 7.0, line 4, reading from this amount to the end should be deleted from the report. Then again, same on page 4, line 3, from representing 99.8 to the end should also be deleted from the report. Then finally, on the table 3 on the same page 4, instead of revised, we should insert delete revised and put released. Mr. Speaker, I wish to appeal to the official report or answer to cover the entire report as having been read so that I can look at the observations and recommendations. Mr. Speaker, the committee found that most agencies under the Ministry of Education are logistically constrained. The logistics lacking include office space, basic office equipment, such as computers and printers, vehicles and motorcycles. These include the National Schools Inspectorate Authority, the Complementary Education Agency, and the Ghana Library Authority. It was also noted that some agencies had inadequate human resources to effectively carry out their mandate. Some of these agencies include Center for National Distance Learning and Open Schooling, Ghana Commission for UNESCO, National Council for Curriculum and Assessment, the Ghana Library Authority, and the West African Examinations Council. Schools under trees. The committee, upon reviewing the causes of school under tree cases, found that most schools face disasters such as storms which removed the roofs of the school buildings, causing schools to use the leaves and shade of trees as shelter. To resolve this problem, the committee suggested that an emergency line should be added to the Get Fund formula to cater for the emergencies that destroy the school structure. Mr. Speaker, as I said, we have challenges also with the Procurement Authority, Act 2025, Act 1139, which has introduced in Section 24A the requirement of securing a mandatory commitment authorization from the Ministry of Finance prior to the procurement of related items. While the objective is commendable as part of broader efforts to strengthen fiscal discipline and curb the accumulation of arrears, the measure has had unintended consequences for the Ministry of Education and its agencies. The requirement for mandatory commitment authorization has resulted in significant delays in obtaining approvals. Combined with the absence of operational flexibility, these delays have restricted institutions' ability to act promptly and fulfill their mandate effectively. The committee, in view of the above challenges, the committee recommends a revision of Act 119 to remove the mandatory commitment authorization provision and introduce a more flexible framework. Mr. Speaker, conclusion. The 2026 budget estimates for the Ministry of Education represent a critical investment in the country's long-term human capital development. The achievements recorded across all levels of the education sector in 2025 financial year demonstrates clear progress in expanding access, strengthening quality, and promoting equity. These outcomes reflect the ministry's effective implementation of key policies and its commitment to addressing systemic challenges.
The committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 39,233,795.22 Ghana cedis as the 2026 budget estimates of the Ministry of Education to enable it consolidate its gains and advance the national objective of safeguarding Ghana's long-term socio-economic development through a well-educated and empowered population. I so submit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Chairman, the last paragraph will then delete the "and approve" in view of what we stated earlier on. So it will be the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report on the allocation of the sum of 39 billion and it flows to the end. That should be the additional amendment to the report. Honorable members, the motion moved and seconded. Now, the ranking member. Sorry? You are the ranking
Mr.
member.
Speaker, I'm the deputy ranking member.
Deputy ranking member. Yes, you may go on.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to on the Committee on Education report seeking for this House to adopt the report on the approval of the 39,233,795,022 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to thank the Minister and the Deputy Minister and also all heads of agencies who took the committee through the various activities for the year 2025 budget year. Mr. Speaker, their cooperation helped us to understand the gains made and achievements made by the ministries and also the difficulties they face during the year. Mr. Speaker, the ministry made some progress in the 2025 budget year. For example, the no-fee stress policy. About over 200 applicants successfully applied for the no-fee stress policy, and out of these 200,000, 178,000 were validated, and about 151,000 actually received support from this no-fee stress policy. Mr. Speaker, the major concern for committee members has to do with releases. Mr. Speaker, and I have been a minister before, and when the budget processes, normally the ministry will engage the Ministry of Finance. We will engage the Ministry of Finance and the various priority areas that the ministry want to undertake in the budget year. Then when they agree that the Ministry of Finance will come to this August House to seek approval. Mr. Speaker, what baffles the members is that after these all approvals have been granted, when it comes to releases to the ministry, the various ministries, because of the decision that we took in this House, which is the PFM Act that we reviewed, it's a difficulty for the ministries, the various ministries to get their releases. For example, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the goods and services, for the year 2025, the Ministry of Education was appropriated 32 billion. And out of this 32 billion, capital expenditure, 1 billion. And the releases for the capital expenditure is 22 million out of 1 billion. And even the 22 million, only 10 million has been released. The actual payment. So this is very, very, very serious. And Mr. Speaker, it's not only to the Ministry of Education. I was on the Ministry of the Committee for Lands and Natural Resources. The same challenges that the ministries are facing. So I want to appeal to you that if it is possible for us to direct the Minister for Finance to come to this House. Mr. Speaker, why should ministries go through government policies, seek approval of Parliament, and we giving our mandate as a House to the Minister for Finance? I have no challenge at all. If the policy, that direction has to do with starting new project that is not budgeted for, then there shouldn't be any challenges. But when this is budgeted, approved by this House, and you have to go and seek commencement certificate, which will take a bureaucratic processes at the Ministry of Finance before these releases are made. Mr. Speaker, on this side, we don't have a challenge. We know that with this particular policy is going to retard progress, and this will lead to the defeat of the NDC come 2028. And we'll be very, very happy to see that. But we want to make sure that before they leave, there is progress. They should leave some legacies in the various ministries. Mr. Speaker, another thing that was also major concern to the committee members is the allocation of the 295 million Ghana cedi for the sanitary pad distribution to the school girls. Mr. Speaker, this is a very laudable policy that all members will support. But our position is that this money could be allocated to set up factories to produce this locally manufactured part, because you can't continue allocating 290 million year on year. Every year you allocate, instead of setting up factory to make sure that we can create jobs, at the same time we'll be able to achieve the objective of getting pad to our girls in the various schools. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding all these challenges, I want to urge all these members of this House, House for us to approve, August House to approve the sum of 39 billion to adopt the sum of 39 billion to the Ministry of Education for the year ending 31st December 2026. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much.
Honorable members, I'm told there's no agreement or understanding on the number of people to contribute. So I'll use my discretion. Yes. Are you going to guide us on that or contribute?
Speaker, we want to pray that we take one more. Oh, please. Please. Speaker, 1-1, then we take leadership. 1-1, then we take leadership. That will be 4. So leaders can yield to the members.
Honorable members, we may have to not always take leaders too. Sometimes leaders, you have to give the opportunity to others behind you. We want to hear the voice of everybody. So always 1-1 leaders, 1-1 leaders, 1-1 leaders. No. Now we'll leave out the leaders and we'll be dealing with the backbenchers. Yes, Minority Chief Whip.
Speaker, we can always rely on your wise counsel. So there have been other motions that we had done 1-1. So this one, clearly, the interest, you can see the interest is high. So we'll defer to the Speaker. The Speaker himself can exercise his discretion, maybe 3-3. And then those who are not willing to speak on this side, you can yield to us. You can yield to our people. Speaker, we are in your hands. Speaker, we are squarely in your hands, sir.
I would have loved it to be that number, but in view of the magnitude of the challenge to my right, I will be seen to be unfair. If not, I would have allowed many more to be coming from my left, since my right is ably represented by the chair and the ministers. But if we do that, because their number is so huge, a lot of them will remain mumus throughout the 4 years. And they will have problems at their constituencies. So I'll give them enough opportunity. So we take 3-3, but 5 minutes each.
Number 3 has won.
5 minutes each. Now, when your senior is on his feet now, he's your senior because he's minister. Even though you arrive at the same time. Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. for this opportunity to add my voice to the request by the Minister for Education for Parliament to approve the estimates and the amounts allocated to a sector in the budget. Mr. Speaker, supporting the Minister is absolutely the right thing to do in view of the magnitude of the work that he has undertaken in education over the last 11 months or so. Mr. Speaker, when the Mahama administration took over power, the education sector was severely challenged and constrained. We had a situation where basic education had been almost neglected. Mr. Speaker, for many academic terms or academic years, basic textbooks were not available to pupils in basic education. Mr. Speaker, we had a situation where, despite government's claims at the time that they were focusing on senior high school education, significant problems remained. Feeding had virtually become impossible at senior high school level. There was overcrowding. The academic calendar was plagued with inconsistency and erratic an erratic situation. One could not tell when school was going to be open. Even the publication of the academic calendar became a huge challenge. We had an obnoxious double track under which students went to school for a short while and stayed home for longer periods. And then there were the issues with feeding, where the quality of food was poor and most often unavailable. At the tertiary level, there were serious challenges. So the work of the Mahama administration was cut out for it in the sector of education. Since the beginning of this year, we have seen tremendous improvements. Mr. Speaker, we have seen that at the very least, the problems that we saw with feeding at senior high school level have been overcome. Because under the leadership of President Mahama and through the hard work of the Minister for Education, Honorable Haruna Idrisu, close to 1.5 billion Ghana cedis has been released to finance the feeding of students in senior high school, which is something the previous government was unable to do. Mr. Speaker, in addition to this, very measurable interventions have been introduced to ensure that the problems plaguing basic education are addressed. Mr. Speaker, now capitation grant is paid on time. Monies for school feeding are paid promptly. And because of that, the problems that we saw in the past are no longer the case. Mr. Speaker, provision has been made in this budget for the printing of millions of textbooks for students at all levels of education, from basic to senior high school. Mr. Speaker, one of the most far-reaching interventions in tertiary education is currently being undertaken by this government. 151,000 first-year students benefited from the no-fee stress policy over the past academic year, and a similar number is set to receive similar interventions when the academic year opens. So, Mr. Speaker, there is cause to be excited about the future of education in Ghana. And I pray this House to give bipartisan support to the approval of these estimates in order that the agenda to build an education system that will stand the test of time, that will produce graduates that will be globally competitive, is realized. Mr. Speaker, this also shows that real tangible results are not achieved through mere slogans. That it is well and good to shout slogans, but if those slogans are not backed with concrete action, very little can be achieved. Because we cannot be shouting free SHS, when we cannot feed the students who are overflowing in the senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, even the issue of desks, chairs, and tables for students to sit on was a major problem. At the last reckoning before we came to power, there was a gap of over 2 million. In other words, about 2 million desks were required in Ghanaian schools to make up for the number that was optimal. I am aware of a program which is highlighted in this budget to distribute 2 million school desks to Ghanaian schools. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, it has already begun. Only last Tuesday, the Laboni Senior High School, which is not too far from here, received over 3,000 desks. Indeed, over the last weekend, I myself presented close to 600 desks to the Abakrampa Senior High School donated by the GET Fund. And this was out of a request of 1,000 desks that they made. The promptness, Mr. Speaker, the school requested for 1,000 desks, and within a matter of a month or two, GET Fund responded through the Ministry of Education by donating 600 desks to the school that had been deprived for years. And Mr. Speaker, this is the school that deserved the presentation, because for many years they had suffered the ignominy of not having desks for their students to sit on. So a lot is happening in education, which is resolving the fundamental problems that the poor policy implementation that the government that just left power supervised created. So I fully endorse the programs contained in the 2026 budget as far as the education sector is concerned. And I call on my colleagues to band together with us to ensure that we approve these estimates, because the future is exceedingly bright for Ghanaian education. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Yes, those in the Committee on Education. Yes, Reverend.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the motion under discussion and to indicate that one of the most critical sectors we have in every economy in our country is the education sector. You get the education sector wrong, and the rest of the sectors will be challenged in the long term. Mr. Speaker, one sector among a few other sectors that should have been the priority of this government, but sadly, having been jettisoned to the background, is education. If you appoint a very experienced minister as Honorable Haruna Idrisu, and you deny him the resources and the budgetary releases to be able to function, the result is what we are seeing. A woeful decline in education outcomes. Mr. Speaker, the House should turn with me to page 4 of the report. And to effect, Mr. Speaker, to crave your indulgence to effect a correction on the table 7.2, the third column should not be 2025 revised budget, but it should be released. So, okay, so as corrected. Out of the 31.7 billion cedis allocated to the Ministry of Education for the year 2025, rather in a very disappointing outturn, only 19.1 billion. Only 19.1 billion was released. Mr. Speaker, a total of 12 billion are in arrears, have not been released. How do you expect the education sector to function? It is ailing. It is dysfunctional. With 12 billion deficits, you only put the minister in a handicapped position. The Honorable Minister for Government Communication is indicating that his constituency alone has benefited from 600 desks, just one man. He went and distributed that. Instead of releasing the money to the Minister of Education to ensure equitable distribution of furniture, of education material, you hold back the releases and individuals. 600 desks to one constituency. Ask the backbench, Adam Agbana, ask the rest of the backbench. How many desks were they able to send to their schools? None. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the declining nature of education outcome, it must be a worry. In the year 2015, only 2% of our pupils in this country, only 2% of pupils at P2 could read by the EGRA assessment.
We managed to invest heavily into the education sector from all levels, particularly foundational level. We took it to minimum 38% by 2023. Do we want to go back to the era where only 2% pupils were reading? On WASI outcomes, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the quality of education, we have world-class indicators, undisputed, that we use to measure education outcomes to know how well our education is doing. When we have bequeathed to you a WASI pass rate of English, core maths, integrated science, and social science, just as recent as 2023, 73.11% of our WASI candidates passing English, integrated science, 66.82%, mathematics, 62.3%, social studies, 76.7%, past A1 to C6. Under your watch, you have taken mathematics to 48.873%. Mr. Speaker, the dangerous thing about this resource is that more than half of our children who sat WASI will be denied opportunity to enter any tertiary institution. More than half. Over 52% of our learners will have to sit home. Their parents will have to pay several thousands of cedis for research because you are not releasing money to the Ministry of Education to undertake. You promise. You are talking about feeding. You promise headmasters that if they vote for you, you will send money directly to them so that they feed the students. You even promised, President Mahama promised that so that they will go and buy a ponche and do a ponche kakra for our students, only for them to come to power. They released for just a few months, and the releases stopped. And then they reverted to buffer stock for some time. Now, as we speak, another directive went that because the suppliers of buffer stock are old in arrears, the government can no longer go to them to supply food. So the headmasters should now go and face suppliers and credit more food so that our students can have something to eat. Mr. Speaker, I have taken the pain to visit some of the schools, and if you see the kind of food our students are eating, it is terrible. Why? Because they are refusing to release 12 billion cedis to the minister. How do you expect Honorable Haruna Idrisu to maintain decent feeding system when 12 billion is in arrears? Mr. Speaker, on double track, they promised that when they come into power, immediately they will end double track. The moment they got into power, they said, we are deferring to 3 years. Honorable Kwachi Fosu should tell us which additional space they have created in our secondary schools. He was talking about overcrowding. He should point to us even a single additional space they have created within this period. Release money to the minister. 12 billion in arrears, Mr. Speaker, is unacceptable. I do not think that the Speaker himself will be excited about this. Mr. Speaker is a heavy continental advocate for education. He will not countenance 12 billion in arrears. It is an ailing sector. Mr. Speaker, you need resources to drive outcomes. Now, if we take out Gallup, that is a donor-funded program transforming over 10,000 least performing schools. If you take that intervention out, what is left of our education sector? Commitment from the government. So we are urging that the 39 billion cedis that is allocated in this budget, whilst we even think that it is inadequate, we are urging this government that the best course of action is to ensure 100% release to the minister to ensure that we have commensurate outcomes. A few years ago, our students from Memphis Girls and Prempeh could go to the United States of America and compete in robotics and STEM and become first, beating their compatriots from Singapore, Australia, and Canada. Today, what is the story? All the STEM schools that were under construction, the 11 that were able to commission, the rest that are left are still as it is. What we see is relaunch upon relaunch. And the sad thing is that after the minister has most enthusiastically relaunched certain programs, the funding that must go with it is locked up in the bosom of Honorable Ampim and his boss. Mr. Speaker, let the Finance Ministry release. Education it must not be locked up at Finance Ministry. It must be released to the Education Ministry. I know the competence of Honorable Haruna Idrisu. It is never in doubt. Even at the age of 39, we know the wonders he did at Ministry of Communication. But why is the education sector ailing now? Because 12 billion cedis is in arrears. But once we look at the finances, we must also turn our attention to the relevance of our education system. When we talk about having a serious look at the various factors that are accounting for this, we were expecting a very patriotic approach. But what we see is government machinery released. And all we hear is because, and a blame game given to the teachers. That teachers cheated in the past. Teachers abetted WASI candidates in the past. And that is the reason why we have stellar performances of our children. That is most regrettable. That is most regrettable. The same teachers we have 3 years ago are the same teachers. And we must put on record that the biggest partners of our education success story has been our teachers. They supported the creditable implementation of free SHS. They ensure the holistic development of every child that passes through our public education system. So if today you are even failing to release their allowances to them, and you are deferring, this will be the first year that teachers' allowances are being deferred. So if you are refusing to pay our teachers, do not blame this rather appalling performance on the teacher. If the teacher is supported, he will deliver instruction. If the students are also supported and prepared adequately, they will face the examination with confidence. And they will get back to the days when the topmost 3 people who became the topmost performers in the whole of West Africa, beating Nigeria, Gambia, Sierra Leone, Liberia, were Ghanaians. Today, only 48% of them are passing mathematics. Could it be that they are putting a natural ceiling to how many people must access their no stress fee? Yes. So that if they restrict the number of people who will be able to pass to go to tertiary, then they will have space enough to cater for them. If that is not the case, your data of financial performance does not support it. Because if your history is 12 billion in arrears, then anybody will easily believe. I might doubt, but everybody will easily believe that you want more of our students to fail, so that less will make it to the tertiary, so that your burden of your own promise, no stress fee, will be abysmal. Mr. Speaker, we want to indicate we are ever ready to support them to get back our ailing education sector outcomes back on track. We are ready to support. Ghana is all we have. Our students are brilliant. Our teachers are dedicated. Our minister is competent. The only thing left is the budgetary releases. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Yes, please.
Thank you, the Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the committee's report on the budget. Mr. Speaker, a budget is more than a fiscal outline of expenditure and expected revenue. It is also a mirror of our national priorities. And indeed, when you take a look at the 2026 budget and the budgetary allocation to the Ministry of Education, one does not need a soothsayer to predict that indeed President John Dramani Mahama is the president who cares about our educational sector and is committed to improving the quality of education. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budgetary allocation to the ministry, it provides answers to all the 3 core metrics, that universally are used in judging a country's educational system. The first one is accessibility, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in this budget, government has provided for the construction of 200 new primary schools, 200 new junior high schools,
400 teachers' bungalows, and also 200 new kindergarten schools. It is important to expand access to education. And when we talk about access and expansion of accessibility, President Mahama and the Honorable Haruna Idrisu have demonstrated that indeed, beyond words, we are committed to expanding access. And that is why the budget has made adequate allocation for the construction of these new schools to provide accessibility for especially people in the rural communities. Mr. Speaker, the second metric is affordability. Mr. Speaker, the previous government indeed touted free SHS as their biggest achievement. At a point in time, even when you complain of headache, they will tell you that their solution is free SHS. When you complain about poor nature of roads in our constituencies, they responded that we are implementing free SHS. When market women were complaining about the high costs of doing business, their response was free SHS. But indeed, when you even check their response or the actual performance of the previous regime with regards to free SHS, it was nothing but an abysmal performance. Mr. Speaker, they can be akin to parents who gave birth without making adequate preparation to take care of their children. And indeed, they, at a point in time, even feeding, common feeding in our senior high schools was a big challenge, Mr. Speaker. But under this government, we have dedicated source of funding for the free SHS program. Mr. Speaker, today, our brothers and sisters, our children in the senior high schools are actually complaining that they are being overfed. And some of them are complaining that indeed the food that they are feeding on today is more than they expected. Today, in this budget, 4.2 billion has been allocated to the free SHS program, and our brothers and sisters in senior high schools will not face those challenges. The question is, if you say that we are not committing much to education, what was your record in terms of funding the free SHS program that you tout? Shambolic record by all standards. Mr. Speaker, the third area or metric is quality. Mr. Speaker, under the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, we have seen improvement in the quality of education. And in terms of improvement, Mr. Speaker, it is not only about WASI results that today they want us to talk about, because WASI results, we have been told, will be fully discussed in this House. But we are talking about training and capacity building for teachers. We're talking about the provision of teaching and learning materials to students across our schools. We're talking about the fact that today, when you visit public schools, especially the tertiary institutions, Mr. Speaker, persons living with disability are today going to benefit from free tertiary education. What more can we ask for than this? That today, if you are a Ghanaian living with disability, cost of education, funding, the school fees can no more become a barrier for you. Mr. Speaker, this must be commended. Again, Mr. Speaker, the no fee stress policy. As a member of parliament from a constituency that can be considered very rural, Mr. Speaker, there are many people from my constituency who got admissions to tertiary institutions, but because of the high cost of education at that level, they were unable to pursue tertiary education. Today, under President Mahama and the Honorable Haruna Idrisu, these students in public schools have the opportunity to go to school without paying the academic facility user fees. Mr. Speaker, this is true investment in our children, true investment in education. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the budget, yes, it is true that when you look at the entire education ministry, we can be Oliver Twist and ask for more because the challenges are more. But even with the little that the minister was given in the year 2025, we cannot trace the outcome of government's performance in education. And Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would want to say that I find it surprising that our brothers or our colleagues on the other side today are talking about government's commitment to funding education, when indeed their scorecard is here with us. Mr. Speaker, when they talk about performance of students at WASI, instead of buying textbooks, they were buying past questions. They were buying past questions. And the Honorable Reverend, who today is complaining that you were the deputy minister, instead of buying past questions, instead of buying textbooks, you were only interested in buying past questions. And indeed, on record, you and your minister were only interested in buying past questions for our children, instead of supplying them with textbooks. Mr. Speaker, again, this was when the NPP was in power, Mr. Speaker, when the NPP was in power, apart from the shortage of food in our senior high schools, Mr. Speaker, the few schools who had the opportunity to get food, we all heard the reports of maggot-infested food being supplied to them. But you don't hear that today in our senior high schools. Clearly, President John Dramani Mahama and Honorable Haruna Idrisu are taking time to invest properly in our education. Mr. Speaker, looking at the outlook for 2026, one other thing that excites me is the fact that government intends to build 3 new public universities. Mr. Speaker, today we want to ensure that Ghanaians all over do not face any barrier in their access to tertiary education. And it's important that government be supported to implement this budget so that the 3 new universities, we are told one will be in Oti, one will be in the Bono East region, and one will be in, I think, the Northeast region and Ahafo region. Mr. Speaker, this must be supported. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, there is something also very exciting in the budget. It is the fact that the ministry is planning to upgrade some Category C schools and B schools into Category A. Mr. Speaker, when you go to the whole Northeast region, as we speak today, there is no single Category A school. And so for the ministry to take it upon itself to invest in upgrading senior high schools from Category C, B to Category A, and 30 schools will be benefiting from this project, this is commendable, and President Mahama and the Honorable Haruna Idrisu must be commended. Mr. Speaker, I pray for a bipartisan support for the adoption of this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the adoption of the report on the 2026 annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Education. Mr. Speaker, before I go on, I would like us to go to paragraph 8.8, specifically 8.8.1. Mr. Speaker, the ministry recorded considerable growth in enrollment of students in TVET with an increase from 47,000 students in 2021-2022 academic year. Over the years to reach, Mr. Speaker, it's not 183. It's rather, if you look at the 2024-2025 academic year, it's rather 69,000 students. So that needs to be corrected. Then also 8.8.3. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is yet to start the construction of these TVET centers, and this one also needs to be corrected. Even though one that was supposed to be at in Ashanti region at Mansour Bori has been relocated to Salaga, that is fine with us. So the ministry will also have to recorrect that as well. Mr. Speaker, everybody believes in education. All of us are here in this hollow chamber because of education. It's quite unfortunate that our honorable member just talked about instead of buying textbooks, we bought past questions. Mr. Speaker, I believe in evidence-based practice, and the data doesn't support it. The question is, what happened? What really happened that we have less than 50% of our students passing maths? You know why, Mr. Speaker? The ministry promised to spend almost 564 million on textbooks. Unfortunately, 564 million point 6 on textbooks. Unfortunately, none was done. None has been spent. None has been spent in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, if you go to the MPP's performance in 2024, the MPP spent 33.6 billion cedis for education as compared to 19 point something. Mr. Speaker.
Just a minute. Actually, I wanted the debate to flow. No interruption. Chairman, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to clear an issue he has just mentioned that the ministry said they were going to spend about 500 million on textbooks. It is in Get Fund formula for 2025, not in the ministry budget. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes,
I would like
please.
to refer to the 2025 budget, paragraph 380. And it says that, Mr. Speaker, we have also allocated an amount of 564.4 million for comprehensive provision of curricular-based textbooks covering the following: 4 sets of KG books with workbooks for 2.8 million, 4 sets of primary textbook for 800,000 learners, then 9 sets of JHS textbooks for 540,000 learners. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, when you come to the 2026 budget, these numbers have been lifted, put in here, and unfortunately also has reduced even that of primary to 1 million. So no wonder we are seeing what we are seeing. So, Mr. Speaker, the evidence doesn't support what the ministry is saying, because the investment that is supposed to go into education is not going. Mr. Speaker, for the first time, intervention allowance for teachers are not being paid. Mr. Speaker, if you look at I had a time to go through every single agency within the Ministry of Education, their budget, and I compared that of 2025 to that of 2026. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, you realize that people were paid to stay in offices doing nothing, because nothing was given for capex, neither was it being given for goods and services. That means that there's no reason why we're expecting anything better in the results of our WASI students, because it's the same performance. And Mr. Speaker, in fact, if you look at this year, the number of students whose exams or results have been withheld is so high. So the fact that people were not properly invigilated or they were allowed not to cheat is untenable. It's, in fact, it even goes to confirm that probably there was more cheating in these exams than has been done in the past, if you are looking at the data. But, Mr. Speaker, we have been told that WAEC is going to meet the committee, and then we can have a better interrogation into this. Mr. Speaker, then when you go further, you realize that the ministry, as far as its commitment to basic education, cannot be assured. Why? Because, Mr. Speaker, the same textbook that was supposed to have been printed in 2025 is the same thing that has been lifted for 2026. So what is the trust and where is the credibility here if we keep repeating the same thing? Then, Mr. Speaker, one thing that has been put in this 2026 budget that is going to kill private sector is the insistence that the former assembly press should be made mandated to print these textbooks. Whether they have the capacity, I don't have problem. But we are in a competitive country where we expect that private sector create jobs. Unfortunately, this budget is going to kill the private sector. 564 million is being only given to a government, one company already. Where is the fairness here? Where is the transparency? It has to be competitive. We should allow the private sector to be able to participate so that they can create more jobs. We want jobs for our youth. Already, people have been sacked at the beginning of 2025. Meanwhile, we are trying to also kill the private sector so that they can create jobs. If this is made competitive, Mr. Speaker, then of course we'll be able to print these textbooks and we'll be able to also improve on performance. Mr. Speaker, one another reason why you realize that the performance of our students was very poor is the fact that the Minister of Education on the 25th of June stood in this house and stated categorically that we are going to employ 50,000 instructors to support education. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, nothing happened. Nothing happened. Zero. Zero. Nothing happened. Zero. So, Mr. Speaker, if we intend to support education and to improve on the human capital of this country, Mr. Speaker, then we have to walk the talk, and we have to talk as we walk. If we cannot just be putting figures and be just putting figures for nothing, but rather we should make sure that everything that we put for education, that is the base of our development and everything that we do. And we expect that once we approve this budget for the ministry, it will be released for the ministry for them to work. And one other important thing is that the fact that most agencies across all the ministries that we have met, they don't have the opportunity to utilize their CAPEX or their goods and services because of commitment authorization. Mr. Speaker, when we were passing this bill, our friends on the other side, the majority said, yeah. Now they are all crying. We need to review this so that this country can move forward. MPP is ready to come back in 4 years, but we want to make sure that we keep moving as a country so that when we come, we can continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, I proceed to put the question. We've had enough. We've had enough on education. Minister, if you have something to say.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank honourable members for the issues raised. But to assure my colleagues on the other side, I heard my honourable colleague talk about printing of textbooks. We are not as wasteful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are reviewing curriculum from kindergarten to junior high school. And therefore, it was not prudent to be paying to print books when you are reviewing curriculum. However, the GET fund sufficiently even spent on a number of the textbooks. Mr. Speaker, we have not departed from the pledge we made in our manifesto to give out funding to CHAS, the Conference of Heads of Assessed Secondary Schools, and the GES to fund school feeding. So far, 1.1 billion was directly released to CHAS and the GES for the procurement of food. And students are enjoying better food than it was. In many instances, Mr. Speaker, you had to postpone reopening of schools because you had no food to supply to the secondary schools. That has not been the case under President Mahama. Mr. Speaker, whilst thanking members, Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are working to end double track system. A number of schools, including one secondary school, will be upgraded to Category A school. Mr. Speaker, we have received funding of $180 million from the World Bank to convert a number of Category C schools to B, 10 Category B schools to A, and expand infrastructure in a number of the Category A schools. With quality improvement, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to improve what they left behind. Mr. Speaker, I do not intend to make comments uninformed on the outcome of an examination, but to emphasize that strict invigilation, strict monitoring and supervision contributed to some discipline in the conduct of the WASI exams. But without prejudice to the West Africa Exam Council examiners report, I will not go further on this matter. Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by saying that Otumfuo Asantehene at the UST congregation reminded government about the teaching hospital at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. It's a pledge President Mahama will work in 2026 and make sure that it becomes functional into 2026. We will complete the teaching hospital, equip it with over $38 million and pay the outstanding $46 million owed the contractor to be able to complete the work. And as was observed by the Honorable Adam, Mr. Speaker, a number of public universities will be established in the course of the year. Bunsu, the University for Engineering and Agric, will take off. Our colleague is looking for a university in the Mampong area in Obuasi that is being reviewed. Jasikan, Damangu, and Damba will also benefit from higher institutions of learning. The President has dedicated 30 million of the award he got from China into the establishment of a science and technology university in Damangu. So once again, Mr. Speaker, let me assure our colleagues that even though the ministry directly did not get adequate funding, Free Senior High School was adequately funded from the GET fund. And then, Mr. Speaker, finally, my colleague Vincent, I've seen you misleading the public on sanitary pads. I personally shared the contract award letter with you because I'm a consummate, transparent person. You're still telling the public that sanitary pads was bought for 44 cedis. That is untrue today. That is untrue tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, we procured 12 million. And I personally walked to you. If you want to show your WhatsApp, I shared an award letter of 19 to 21 cedis as a unit price of a sanitary pad with you. Yet you will have that evidence and still go telling the public that they were procured at 44 cedis. I respected you when I shared that with you.
Minister, you mentioned his name.
Yes.
He's on his feet. Let's listen to him. Yes, please.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. I thought at this juncture I have been able to put these matters into proper perspective, especially because every document that I have referred to are his document. There hasn't been any document, not even a single document, that I have been able to, as it were, stated which document is not coming from the ministry. Every document that I have stated, every document that I have made reference to is from 2025 and 2026. Mr. Speaker, it is true that indeed in the 2025 budget, the Ministry of Education stated that they have supplied 6.6 million sanitary pads. These are numbers that are not coming from me. It is also true that in the 2026 budget, he stated that they are going to use 292 million to purchase the parts. This is also a document from him. It is not a document coming from me. And so the calculations that were made are calculations based on their own document. I have not conjured even a single document from anywhere. Mr. Speaker, it is also important for me to also state that no document has been shared from him to me.
Member, don't.
I have written an RTI. Mr. Speaker, I have written an RTI 3 months down the lane.
Honorable member, I gave you the opportunity.
Yes.
So when I'm drawing your attention, please listen.
Right.
Please. You raise a point of order. The point of order was based on the fact that he mentioned your name. And he mentioned your name with respect to one item, which he said he sent to your WhatsApp. And so that was the reason why you raised the point of order. To respond to that, now you are re-arguing your case. All what you are saying, you have submitted before this House. And on the record, they are in the official report, but respond to the specific matter, he raised your name. That is all.
Right Honorable Speaker, it is indeed true that an assistant of his, when he called, that a letter was being sent to my phone. I checked the letter, and indeed, the amount that was on that letter that was sent to me was about 23 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, these are numbers that they themselves have already said here on the floor of Parliament.
You said 23 Ghana cedis.
Around 23 Ghana cedis for one sanitary pad. And I am also suggesting that these are figures I have already said, that even if it is 23 Ghana cedis, there is still an overspending. It is still a chobo activity, because when you go to the market and you are buying one sanitary pad, you will get it 15 Ghana cedis. And if you are buying 12.2 million sanitary pad, you are still saying that you are buying it for 12 point what? You are buying it for 23 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be the case. So I have not changed any document to Australia from anywhere. Whatever he himself is saying is what I'm speaking to. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, you just reminded me. I think due to my ignorance about the meaning of chobo, you got away with it the other day. After the session, I was educated by so many people that Chobo is actually an unparliamentary word because the meaning they told me had to do with dishonesty, corruption, and I didn't understand it at that time, and I permitted it. Your colleagues have confirmed it here. So are you saying they also are lying to me? Please, let's don't deceive people. Actually, I didn't understand that Chobo meant such what you call by outstanding orders. You are imputing at that time improper motives. And so by outstanding orders, that is what? Unparliamentary. Okay? But I didn't understand it, so I allowed it. So I don't want you to continue to use it again because it's an unparliamentary word. Minister, you may conclude.
Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, GET Fund, because it has been uncapped, have been able to perform the new responsibility of financing free senior high school, and they will complete work on the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. This year, 4.2 billion has been allocated for the fund to fund the free senior high school. And Mr. Speaker, we're also allocating, when the formula gets here, 100 million Ghana cedis to be dedicated to provide all learners with special needs free education under President Mahamad's research to expand access to inclusive quality education. I thank you and I thank honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I put the question. Those in favor of the adoption of the report as captured on the order paper item 29, no, not 29. Order paper addendum. Order paper addendum 1. Motion number 1, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, may I humbly say that the order paper is actually order paper addendum. Order paper
Exactly
addendum.
what I said.
Okay. Speaker.
Initially, I referred to the order paper, but I corrected myself. I said order paper addendum.
Mr. Speaker, may I pray that we go back to the original order paper and take motion number 29. Motion number 29. Yes. I'm waiting for.
Honorable members, motion number 29 on the original order paper. Sorry, Minority Chief Whip.
May I bring this to the notification of our Chief Whip, that it's for a very good reason that our servicemen are here. And there has been a lot of consultation in that regard. We love our servicemen. You know, okay, so if it is a decision, Finance Minister, I thought there was a decision that we should take that first to item. Yes. And we don't want our servicemen to be waiting for far too long.
Yes,
so, Speaker,
Minority Chief Whip.
I want to plead with
that was the message I also got.
Yes.
That we'll move to those items.
Yes.
And
Speaker,
so I thought that is where we're going.
So, Chief Whip, let's take that one.
Yes, please.
Speaker, may I pray that we go to order paper addendum 2 and lay item number 1B. Yeah, addendum 2. 1B. 1B.
Honorable members.
Yeah, sorry.
kindly refer to order paper addendum 2, presentation of papers.
Speaker.
As item 1, presentation of papers 1B.
Speaker, 1 Delta, 1D. D, Delta, yes. D-I-I-I, D-I and D-I-I.
Honorable members, yes, Minority Chief.
Speaker, we are aligned.
Honorable members, item 1D, D, Roman 1 and 2 can be taken together by the chairman of the committee.
Reports of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the contract agreement between Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Airbus Helicopter France for an amount of 125,965,974 euros for the supply of 1 H-160 and 3 H-175 helicopters for the Ghana Air Force.
Honorable members, the said report is laid and presented accordingly and for distribution to all members of Parliament. Now you go to Roman 2. Now you go to Roman 2.
Report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the sale and purchase contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Dassault Aviation France for an amount of $60,680,000 United States dollars for the acquisition of 1 Falcon 6X for the Ghana Air Force.
Honorable members, the said report is also presented to the House and for distribution to all members of Parliament. Yes, which item? We now take which item?
Speaker, may I pray that we take motion number 17 on the order paper addendum 2. Humbly submitted, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, we would humbly take 17 and 20 together, Mr. Speaker.
Can my good friend, what he mentions, the 17 is supposed to be a procedural motion. And I'm wondering why he's adding the other one. Why are you taking the two together? Why 2 procedural motions? Explain to the House.
Speaker, it's just an indication that when we take the procedural, we'll take the substantive in 20. So, Mr. Speaker, we'll take the 17. So let's take the 17.
And I know he's a master of procedure, but he appears to be fatigued. We should take the 17. Then the House will decide on that procedural motion before we go to the substantive. You can't take the 2 substantive together. I know you are tired. You are clearly tired.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not tired at all. It's just an indication.
Yes, Minister for Finance.
Right Honourable Speaker, Motion number 17 is a procedural motion, same as motion number 20. The Speaker, motion advertised as item 20 is also a procedural motion. Mr. Speaker, we have to take it together because the memorandum, the committee's report combined the two. And so we are suggesting that if you are to take procedural motion 17, you should accordingly take procedural motion 20. Then we will now come and take the main motion 18 and then 21, the two motions together. I so submit, Mr. Speaker.
So, Speaker, that is a better explanation. Because the report is one for the two items. That is why he wants to take that. Now we are with you. You know, we, the minority, we pay particular attention to details. And so, Speaker, we are watching them with an eagle eye.
You can't stop him from playing his role. So if he says he's watching you with an eagle eye, you should take it serious. So he's doing so. Please, we are to take the two procedural motions together, items 17 and 20. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Airbus helicopter SAS France for an amount of 125,965,974 euros for the supply of 1 H-160 and 3 H-175 helicopters for the Ghana Air Force may be moved today. I hereby move.
You haven't finished.
Mr. Speaker, I would also beg to move that
you don't need to beg to move again.
Motion.
You just go on to, and on the sale and purchase contract agreement.
Very well.
20.
Mr. Speaker, and motion number 20, captured on page 11 of the order paper addendum, that notwithstanding the provision of Order 1041 of the Standing Orders, which requires that a motion shall not be debated until at least 2 sitting days have elapsed after the notice to move the motion is given, the motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the sale and purchase contract agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Dassault Aviation France, for an amount of $60,680,000 United States dollars for the acquisition of 1 Falcon 6X for the Ghana Air Force. I so move.
Honorable members, this is a procedural motion taken together. So I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. And so we'll proceed now to move the The clerk has drawn my attention that we are going too fast. The motion has to be seconded. And we did not take the second. Yes, please.
The procedural motion was not seconded.
Yes.
It wasn't seconded.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Thank you.
Motion moved and seconded for the consideration of the House. Being a procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. We now move to the substantive motion numbered 18 and 21. That will be by the chairman of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this honorable House adopt the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the contract between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Airbus helicopter, SAS, France, for an amount of 125,965,974 euros for the supply of one H-160 and three H-175 helicopters for the Ghana Air Force. Mr. Speaker, I also move that this honorable House adopts the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on the sale and purchase contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense and Dassault Aviation, France, for an amount of 60,680,000 United States dollars for the acquisition of one Falcon 6X for the Ghana Air Force. Mr. Speaker, I would ask for your leave to present the report of the Committee on Defense and Interior on these two subjects. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I would pray that the Hansa Department captures the report in full, whilst I touch on the salient points. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I think the report is available. Members will have all gone through it. And you know the subject matter we are dealing with. Unless there is good reason, we'll want you to go to the recommendations and conclusion so that we can move on. Is that the sense of the House? Yes, so please, Chairman, you may do so.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, I'm most grateful. Mr. Speaker, the committee at page 5 of the report noted by way of observations that the proposed 4 aircraft and 1 executive jet, together with associated support and services, were obtained from Airbus Helicopter and Dassault Aviation with key requirements, which included the cost of aircraft, reliability, operational efficiency, safety, and desired technical specialization. The committee observed further that the proposed helicopters and jets are designed for versatility, offering superior performance in executive and troop transport, logistics support, and humanitarian operations. These aircraft have extended range, payload capacity, and modern avionics, which gives them an edge over the previous generation aircraft, which would enable rapid deployment in support of Gulf's counterterrorism, border and maritime security operations, etc. Mr. Speaker, the committee was also informed that extensive stakeholder consultations were undertaken with the Ministry of Finance, the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice, and the Ghana Air Force. Additionally, internal engagements were held with relevant services within the Ghana Armed Forces as well as the Office of the President. These consultations were aimed at ensuring legal clarity, financial feasibility, operational suitability, and alignment with national security priorities prior to the proposed acquisition. The committee recommends that the government continues to strengthen interagency coordination throughout the procurement and implementation process to ensure transparency, cost effectiveness, and operational efficiency. Mr. Speaker, the committee further noted that the long-term economic benefits of procuring the new aircraft outweigh the associated costs. It was evident that the continued reliance on the aging Mi-17 helicopter fleet and the Falcon 900EX aircraft has become financially unsustainable and operationally inefficient for the Ghana Air Force. Over a projected 15-year service life, the total life cycle cost of the proposed new fleet is estimated to be 30 to 40% lower than the cost of maintaining and operating the existing aging aircraft. The committee also observed that the current practice of leasing aircraft from external providers not only exerts pressure on the nation's limited foreign exchange resources, but also exposes sensitive state movements and security-related operations to third parties, posing potential risks. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee arrived at the conclusion that the acquisition of the 4 helicopters and 1 aircraft, together with associated support and services for the Ghana Air Force, will undoubtedly retool and ensure safety, efficiency, and strategic mobility for the country. The committee, by consensus, recommend to the House to adopt its report and approve 1, contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Airbus Helicopter SAS France, for an amount of 125,965,974 euros for the supply of 1 H-160 and 3 H-175 helicopters for the Ghana Air Force, and 2, sale and purchase contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Defense, and Dassault Aviation France, for an amount of $60,680,000 United States dollars for the acquisition of 1 Falcon 6X for the Ghana Air Force. Mr. Speaker, I move accordingly.
Honorable members, motion moved. Any seconder?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and in so doing, to indicate the urgent need for which this whole country will have to stand united with the Ghana Armed Forces and support the efforts of applying some of our modest resources as a state to enhancing the air capabilities of our Ghana Armed Forces. Mr. Speaker, this is a need that is not a need of today. Indeed, it's a need of yesterday, and is indeed of yesteryears. And when this part of the House, Mr. Speaker, on countless occasions, attempted to bring our colleagues in the NDC along for us to take a proper look at investing into our Ghana Armed Forces, it became a taboo. It became a taboo which propaganda was waged by NDC MPs. It became a taboo in this country for one to even suggest befitting platforms for our Air Force. Mr. Speaker, enough of the politics. I believe that this is a new dawn and a time that has come that an opposition side of Parliament is doing the patriotic thing of supporting what is good for the state and what is good for the Ghana Armed Forces. This, the Hansard must capture. Mr. Speaker, you recall this House that the legacy of the MPP and the commitment of the MPP in retooling our Ghana Armed Forces way back 2008 when President Kufuor saw the need to be able to equip our Air Force with modernized fleets and even for a long-haul aircraft, a wider body aircraft, and for a short-haul aircraft to be procured. A similar agreement was submitted before this very House. The same agreement was approved. Subsequent to that, $38 million was paid as part payment for the acquisition of 2 aircraft, a Falcon and a wider body aircraft. Because the government of the day lost power in 2008, the new government took over and failed to see through to that commitment. And as a matter of fact, only committed to one, which is the Falcon which we are talking about today. If the government of the day, the opposition at the time, had been committed as this side is, we would have had 2 aircrafts, one long haul and one short haul. And today, there would not be a need to have the conversation we are going to have. Mr. Speaker, this House, again, is not opposed. Even before the sad August 6th disaster, which was a national tragedy, we had advanced the argument that the fleet of the Ghana Armed Forces are aging. There's a need for us to revamp them and replace them. Let's invest in it. We had members of NDC, members of parliament, sitting on various platforms, sending and signaling their warning and caution that even if the Falcon we are talking about, which is an aircraft belonging to the military, which is the executive platform for travels by the president, has, my good brother, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Honorable Ablakwa, said that even if one engine is faulty, the remaining engines are fit to fly the president. But today we will support him so that we will buy a befitting aircraft that he will accompany the president to fly on. We will put his safety and the safety of the president in priority so that he can safely travel and conduct business on behalf of the state and return safely in the most patriotic way. But, Mr. Speaker, we are concerned about safety. And in terms of safety, we want to put it on record that this agreement is taking into consideration key recommendations made by the helicopter crash report, which experts advised and recommended that in any event that this state is going to invest into our Air Force, we take into considerations modern avionic features. We ensured by due diligence that the 4 helicopters that are going to be procured from Airbus meet the requirements by Captain Fojo and his team. Mr. Speaker, we also did further checks, and we ascertained that indeed the performance guarantee that is required to ensure the sustenance of these aircrafts are not in doubt. But we would want to urge the acting Minister for Defense, who must soon give way for a substantive Minister for Defense. The acting Minister for Defense, who must soon give way for a substantive Minister for Defense, to be particular about following up. to be particular about every agreement that we have insisted upon, because this agreement, as we have it, was negotiated and scrutinized in the best interest of the Ghanaian taxpayer by the Committee on Defense and Interior. Mr. Speaker, it is interesting to know that we are going to have our pilots who are going to be assigned to the various platforms for training and to ensure that as formidable as they are, as competent as they are, they also refresh their competencies with these key and specific platforms. Mr. Speaker, the Falcon is not new to this country because the current Falcon 900EX, which we have, which in the words of our friends from the NDC is in pristine condition, and in their words, a few months ago, was one of the best in Africa, requiring no replacement, is the same and similar Falcon contained in this agreement. Mr. Speaker, we support this in no doubt, but one would have expected that if a time had come for us to purchase aircraft for the Air Force, we need to purchase a long-haul aircraft, an aircraft that can minimum carry about 40 to 70 passengers, so that when the president is traveling, his key ministers and aides and accompanying investors will be able to all find space on the same aircraft. But they criticize the short haul, and they are going to purchase a short haul. They criticize a short haul flight, and a short haul flight is what they are going to also purchase. Mr. Speaker, when you come to the budget statement and the economic policy as was presented by my good friend and neighbor, Honorable Dr. Kasiel Atuforsen, page 136, paragraph 1091, in the words of the Finance Minister, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "The Ghana Air Force will be retooled beginning 2026. The government of Ghana will begin the procurement processes for the acquisition of 4 modern helicopters, 1 long-range and 1 medium-range aircraft." Mr. Speaker, what is contained in this agreement is the short range. We want to hold the minister to account that his words are documented in the budget and captured in Hansard. We would ensure that we exercise oversight to ensure that the commitment made to purchase 1 long-haul aircraft and 1 short-haul aircraft are not jettisoned. Mr. Speaker, is it not surprising that our side today are not opposing 2 aircraft purchases? Is it not patriotic that an opposition is supporting the purchase of 4 helicopters and 2 aircrafts? We haven't opposed it. It is because the safety of our men in uniform is very important. The safety of our president is key to this state. You did politics with presidential aircraft. You did politics with the fleet of the Air Force. But we, in the tree, to wait. If you were wrong and unpatriotic yesterday, we in opposition today will take the moral high ground. We'll do what is right for our men and do what is right for our state. But you must ensure that you go ahead in the 2026 budget, maybe by the budget review, you need to create space to accommodate the long haul. Because that is the vision of President Kufuor way back in 2008. It is not a new vision. It is a vision that you took over and jettisoned. President Kufuor envisioned and signed an agreement for 1 short-haul aircraft and 1 long-haul aircraft. For 8 years, you resisted us. You made it a taboo to even discuss. But today, we are supporting you. Let us do what is right for our country. But in so doing, I have a recommendation, Mr. Speaker, that considering the vast opportunities we have in the Air Force sector, particularly in safeguarding our extractive assets. We have tallow, we have ENI, FPSOs, we have our gold, we have many of the oil deposits and assets. And these are paying huge sums of dollars, millions of them every month, to foreign aviation companies. If we resource our Air Force, they are more than enough and they are more competent. They have more gravitas to be able to undertake these services to generate IGF. This IGF, if we take it away from the foreign aviation companies, will even pay for the aircraft by itself. They have demonstrated it before. they were able to deploy a similar arrangement to purchase 2 ships, which are paying for themselves. So we must encourage the minister that the best course of action, in addition to what we are supporting, so that from the purse of the public today we are using to acquire these aircraft, let's encourage such innovative arrangements, such that we can buy as many as 10 aircraft or even more to augment on the assets of our Air Force, such that we'll continue to hold high the flag, continue to remain one of the most formidable in the sub-region. But to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to commend the Chief of Defense Staff and the Military High Command for the innovation that they have put into the management of the military in enhancing their might, their air capabilities. They have invented homemade drones, which will come and add up to our helicopters and the Falcon we are going to purchase to beef up our air capabilities. That invention and innovation is worth commending. But to signal, Mr. Speaker, never again must politicians politicize retooling of the Ghana Armed Forces. Never again must politicians play the ostrich and oppose what is right for our country and wait for disaster to strike before we accept the technical reports, same reports given by the same soldiers 4 years ago, 5 years ago, 3 years ago, indicating aging fleet. You said no, the fleets were not aging, they were new. Today, you are saying that the fleets are aging. There is so much more that for the security sensitivities, I will not mention here. But when the committee of the whole is given that opportunity by the Speaker, a lot of things must be said so that our colleagues on the other side will repent from their sins of politicizing retooling of the Ghana Armed Forces. This agreement must be a turnaround, and it must be a cure to the disease of the politician, that never again must we politicize the safety of our soldiers, never again must we politicize the safety of our president. But we are happy. By 3 years' time, it is expected that the Falcon will arrive. And around the same time, it is expected that the 4 helicopters will also arrive to enhance the battle readiness of our armed forces. And by which time, our colleagues will be on this side, and we will be on the right-hand side of the Speaker, and we will ensure we'll continue the investment into the security sector. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, we unreservedly support the retooling of our Ghana Armed Forces. I thank you.
Honourable members, I think I'll proceed to put the question. On the 2 motions, item 18 and 21. Those in favor of the adoption of those motions, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. Motions numbered 18 at page 8 of the order paper and 21 at page 11 of the order paper are hereby adopted. Honourable members, we have made tremendous progress in our democratic development. Some time ago, it wasn't easy to have access to the Ghana Armed Forces to assess the armory and equipment they were purchasing. I'm happy to hear from both of you, both sides of the House, that now that access is available and you'll be able to go through it to make sure that what is being acquired is in the national interest. We'll try to progress on this and to make sure that there are no dark corners anywhere in our governance system, and that we have civilian control of the security forces in the country. That is what democracy is about. When you hide anything, it tends to haunt you. When you throw light on it, then you diffuse it. And so I want to thank the committee members and members for doing a good job, and also add my voice in thanking the Ghana Armed Forces for opening up to the scrutiny of Parliament. We thank you all. May we now take the resolutions. Resolution 19 and 22, moved together by the Minister for Defense.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that resolutions advertised as item 19 and 22 be taken now. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Any seconder?
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. The resolution, sorry.
Motion for the adoption of the two resolutions moved and seconded. I proceed to put a question, or you want to say a word? So I put the question. And the question is that the resolutions numbered 19 and 20 on the order paper addendum 2 be adopted. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The two resolutions are accordingly adopted by the House. Something else. Please, which item? Yes, please.
I humbly want to bring this to the notice of the majority leadership. At conclave, we agree that because of tomorrow being a Farmers' Day, and Saturday is the funeral of our late colleague, we had agreed to close at 5. Speaker, we had gone on to work to do extra 2 hours. It's now 7 p.m. I want to plead with our colleagues that we call it a night. We draw the curtains, and then we can continue Tuesday. Clearly, colleagues are exhausted, and also based on the agreement at conclave. So we should.
Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, I was hoping that we could have taken a couple more of the reports, but I can appreciate the sentiments of my brother. It's been a long day. In fact, he and I, we haven't stepped out. We've just been here. So we agree that we've had a long day.
Are you sure you haven't stepped out?
Speaker, I speak in context. So we would bring the curtains down today's business. Speaker, we've done more than 5 hours. We've done more than 5 hours. So we are entirely in your hands in this matter. Speaker, let's take the defense estimates, then we go. Okay. Tuesday. 1-1.
Honorable members,
Speaker,
I proceed to adjourn the House.
Speaker, we are making a special prayer. Speaker, please. Oh, let me finish. Let me finish. Hear me.
Honorable members, I proceed to adjourn the House. From what the leadership have told the House, it means that the House will be resuming sitting on, is it Monday or Tuesday?
Speaker, Tuesday at midday.
Tuesday at
midday.
12 noon
12
or
noon.
2?
12 noon, Mr. Speaker.
12 noon.
Speaker, we are in agreement. 12 noon.
12 noon. Honorable members, the House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday at 12 noon, where we will reconvene to continue with the business of the House. The House is adjourned.